Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to today's day 2 of the African Youth Entrepreneurship Leadership Summit. I was your host yesterday, and I will be the assistant host for today. I will have with me Mary along the line, who's going to take over. I will go on the panel, and Success would also be working with me today. If you were with us yesterday, we had a very nice session where we had Chukuma talk about entrepreneurship. We had Victoria talk about the opportunities we have in investing in the agri sector in Nigeria. We also had Charles. We had Ernest talk about technology. We had innovation and technology, innovation and creativity, how the African youths can use that as an opportunity to scale their business forward. Had the panelists talk about ideas, how you can move your ideas from just being an idea to a profitable business. So it's not always just about it being an idea. Is it a good idea or bad idea? What do you need to look at? How do you need to move it? And what kind of connections do you have? Your network also is very important. If you have the right network, you'll be able to scale this idea. Now, there was something also we discussed yesterday, which has to do with, have you also invested in yourself and in your business? If you haven't, then how do you expect someone else to invest in your business? So it's really key that you, as the young individual or the business owner, should also try and invest in yourself, make out time to read, network with others, and also invest in your business. We learned a lot yesterday. But enough of yesterday, and we're moving into today, which is the day 2 of the AYLES Africa event. Today promises to be more interesting than even yesterday. Today is going to be bumper packed, and you're going to be with me from now till at least 2:30, and we hope to keep to time. Yesterday we did, and today we're sure we are going to, if every speaker just takes their usual time. But I'll have a quick rundown of what today is going to look like for you. I will start the show. I will bring in Mary at some point. I'll have Success also talk about the project and why he decided to start the AYLES project, which he has been doing for over 5 years now. His dream and his goal is to bring youths together across Africa, to empower them, to teach them, to see how we can work together as one, and not just seeing the complaints and issues that we have in Africa, but also to see how we can make use of the resources that we have within, and then also scale forward. We strongly believe that Africa has got what it takes. We do not necessarily have to always seek help from outside and funds. If we put our funds together, we can also make the difference that we're looking for. And that's really the key and the idea why we have this summit. It's interesting because we will have like minds from across Africa. So from Kenya to SA to Zambia to different countries across. The goal is, and so the funny thing that we have learned yesterday is the fact that we do not have to be physically present again to meet. Before, we'll have to get a venue, have to have people flying, lodge them, and all that. But in the midst of this crisis, it has actually brought the good side of life, where we can meet from the comfort of our homes, still share our ideas, still share what we want to talk about, and still learn. The goal and the impact is that we still have to learn, no matter where we are across Africa and no matter the time. So let's thank God for COVID. At least this is the good side. I'm not saying it's good, but this is the good side, that we should look at the brighter side. So our problems and our issues have actually brought better things for us, and that is the joy. We do not want to dwell on the problems we have. We know that they are numerous and a lot, but we want to dwell on how we can even leverage and use those issues to scale our businesses and ourselves forward. And that is the goal for AYALS. I will have Success come in and talk for a few minutes. Then I will introduce Barrister Francis, who is going to take us from his topic. I will have Kennedy and then Joseph. We'll have an interesting panel session for an hour. Trust me, you don't want to miss that. That should be around 12 to 1, where we're going to be having diverse panelists from across Africa, just share with us their ideas on what we can do in terms of raising fundings and investment for our business. That is really key. We will also have Sinari Darinjo and Honorable Eunice. We'll also have Charles Musilinga. We'll have the Q&A at the end, closing remarks, and that will be it for today. Trust me, yesterday was really exciting and interesting, but I'm sure that today is even going to be better. It promises to be an exciting, wonderful 4 hours with me, Mary, and Success, who will be hosting the show for today. But I'm very sure that at the end of today, you would have definitely learned one or two things that would either help you as a person or in your business. We hope that this 4 hours will be a time well spent, and we trust that you will be able to pass this message across so that from time to time, when we do have our monthly sessions or we do have our biannual summit or meeting, you would always invite people to also join us. I would like to invite Success. I think I've taken my 5 minutes and it's been a time well spent. Success, if you are ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Linda. My name is Success Bright. And just before I start, please, Brian, check the attendance. They're having issues logging in. Have you been able to open it so that they can join the live stream? Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. It's a great privilege welcoming you to this program, the African Youth Leadership and Economic Summit. For the last 3 years, like we explained yesterday, we've been trying to do this project, which is focused on um, helping young entrepreneurs, empowering them to make lasting connections and in order to create positive changes in their community for the overall benefits of the continent. This we do by hosting international conferences in different cities in Africa, inspiring and motivating young people, equipping aspiring and emerging business leaders with leadership tools and for business successes. We also try to help facilitate and build business networks across, providing people both in Africa and in diaspora the opportunity and the unique ideas with which they can excel doing businesses here. So in the last 3 years, our conference platform have led delegates to a network of nearly 4,000 people around Africa with whom they can collaborate for productive purposes. And we are glad how far we've come. I must confess that before yesterday, I didn't quite know how this was going to turn out. Being the first time we're doing a virtual conference, reaching out to people. But yesterday blew our mind. It was so amazing. It was seamless. And at a point, people started asking me that how do I spot talent across Africa? All our guest speakers were on point. We learned so much. I have a full note, and I know that many people have full notes judging by the number of comments and text messages we got yesterday. So I want to appreciate all the guest speakers that were here yesterday, from the keynote speaker, Mr. Chuks Wanze, to the last person that delivered yesterday, Vuyisa Rebecca. Thank you so much, Honorable Eunice. Thank you so much, Linda, Brian, Mary. Thank you so much to Ernest and everyone that was here yesterday. It was a beautiful moment, and I'm looking forward to another amazing time today because we have in our midst some very highly respectable individuals. Barrister Ben Francis Akela from Sierra Leone, the Commissioner and Commission Sierra Leone, and we have the likes of Honorable Eunice here again today, and we have Mr. Kennedy Enya, who is the chairman, Bufa Alliance Capital, Gabron, Botswana, in our midst. We have Charles Maslinga, a youth director at Kenya Chamber of Commerce and Investment, and we have some personalities in our midst here today that if I start mentioning all of them today, we will not start this program. It's a great privilege seeing you and having you all here. Thank you to my own personal person, Lele Bade from Senegal, who lives and works in Nigeria, a business day. So this is my bit, and I'm glad you are here. This program is starting off in earnest this morning because we want to run quickly and keep to the schedule. Thank you so much. Today promises to be beautiful. Relax with your pen, make contributions, ask questions in the Q&A section, and encourage the guest speakers as we go. Yesterday was lively. Let's make today better. Thank you so much. My name is Success Bright, convener, Africa Youth Leadership and Economic Summit. Linda, over to you.
Thank you so much, Success. You have done really well. It's good to have you. And I think you're doing a good job with this African youth leadership stuff. From the first time I met you, I've really never seen someone that passionate about youth entrepreneurship. Trust me, it's going to be difficult, but I'm very certain that it's going to be big. So just keep at it. And we at Business Day were more than happy to see how we can work with people who support the youth and try to empower them. We strongly believe that the youths are the future of tomorrow, and if we can empower the youths today, then it means we'll have more businesses, it means we'll have more working people, and it will just be a better economy. So we need to just make sure we create more forums for empowering, teaching, and enlightening these youths in the right direction, which is key. So not just enlightening them, but enlightening them in the right direction is really key. I won't want to take so much of your time. I'd run quickly through the schedule of today, and I've also promised that it's going to be an interesting time with us. I would quickly want to invite Francis. Francis is ready. I will read your profile and I will leave the floor for you to take us through your presentation. So before we go, Francis Ben Kalfala is the Commissioner of the Anti-Corruption Commission in Sierra Leone. Before now, he was the Senior Managing Partner in the firm Kanfala, Kena and Ampco, situated at top floor 81 Pandema Road in Freetown. He is a household name at Sierra Leone, barrister, and had served at the Public Relations Office and spokesman of the Sierra Leone Bar Association in the year 2012 to 2013. He is currently also the president of the Network of Anti-Corruption Institutions in West Africa. As head of the Anti-Corruption Commission of Sierra Leone, his result-oriented leadership has favorably led that institution to be awarded for the first time in its 18-year history as Best Public Sector Institution of the Year 2019 at the National Development Awards 2018 and Outstanding Commission of the Year by the National Youth-Led Awards with record-breaking recovery of corrupt properties and funds and conviction. Sierra Leone has now passed the Millennial Change Corruption Control of Corruption scorecard from a failing position of 49% in 2017 before his appointment to a respectable pass of 71% in 2018 and increased to 79 in 2019. Trust me, he has done very well. Moreover, prosecutions are now moving faster and investigations covering all spheres of public life with no room for impunity happening. Generally, the citizens' confidence in the fight against corruption and results being produced by the ACC is at all-time high since Mr. Kafala assumed this office. He is a bilingual lawyer. He has vast experience in corporate commercial litigation and practice in the Supreme Courts of Justice of Sierra Leone. He is also very active at the criminal bar and has been involved in several high-profile white-collar criminal cases. He has experience in dealing with general specialty contracts and has received continued professional development training in various areas of the law, including arbitration, mitigation, oil and gas, international human rights law, advanced business transaction, investment, etc. Trust me, Francis is a product also of Sierra Leone Grammar School. He's also, he holds the LLM Law Masters of Law in Law and Economics, jointly awarded by the School of Law and the School of Economics Finance, Queen's Mary University of London, United Kingdom. He has done extremely well. And trust me, I haven't even read half of what he has done. This is just part of it. Francis, we are more than happy to have you all the way from Sierra Leone to teach us today and to take us through the topic. We are really excited. If you are ready, I will leave the floor for you and I will come back in exactly 35 minutes for Q&A, and then we will move on to the next guest. Francis, are you ready?
I am absolutely ready.
Hey, nice to meet you, Francis. Thank you very much for coming in. So if you're ready, if you want to share your screen, we can have you share your screen or Brian can put it for you. Which of them would you prefer? Do you want to share your screen?
No, I think it's fine. I'm not making a presentation. I am making
Thank you very much, then.
Conversational kind of presentation with this very lively group. So I think it's fine.
Okay. You will need to speak up a bit so that we can hear you. The volume is really low. Yeah, so you need to get closer and then maybe just increase the voice. Thank you. You can start now.
Do you hear me now? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, better.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Linda. Thank you to Success, as always, a very enthused young man who is trying to put African entrepreneurship on the map. Thank you for all of you joining from across Africa. I'm very happy to meet young people every time. So we have conversations around the continent, how we can make it better, how we can leave it better for our children to come after us. And gatherings like this is really significant for that purpose. So I am to give a topic on the role of young people in Africa's emerging economy. Like I said, I am going to make it conversational and lively as best as possible. So let me start by giving you certain backgrounds. We are talking mostly about sub-Saharan Africa, which has about 1.5 billion inhabitants. And of that 1.5 billion inhabitants, majority of those who occupy it are young people between the age of 25 and 35. 1/3 of Africa's nearly 420 million youth are aged between 15 to 35. However, they are unemployed mostly, and only 1 in 6 of that population is in the wage employment, according to the African Development Bank. We have in this category those who are pursuing education, those who are trying to empower and develop themselves. About 11 million of them are to join the African labor force in the next decade. With regard to employability, according to the African Development Bank report 2050, Africa will be home to 38 of the 40 youngest countries in the world. 38 of the 40 youngest countries in the world by 2050 will be countries in Africa, with a median population of under 25 years of age. So that will be the median population basically by 2050. The median population of those 38 countries in Africa will be under 25 years of age. This will result in an estimated 10 to 12 million new people joining the labor force each year. 10 to 12 million people joining the labor force each year. These statistics clearly indicate that a considerable amount of investment must go into human development to unlock the demographic dividend that these statistics are posing to us. Basically, to take advantage of this kind of situation, to have such a young population inhabiting a section of the world, concentrated in a section of the world, is serious potential that if we do something well about it, and that if we young people take advantage of it, we will own the continent in those periods. Currently, less than 10% of Africans are enrolled in higher education. So there is also the educational challenge to take full opportunity of the advantage that this poses. And of those that pursue post-basic education, less than 30% major in science, medical care, information and communications technology, and engineering. Now, these areas I am calling are the areas that are most likely to be the leading sectors in these areas, particularly information and communications technology and engineering. So as we sit now, we have less than 10% of African students pursuing courses in these areas that are supposed to be basically the fulcrum upon which the future is going to turn. In a report by McKinsey Global Institute, Africa is estimated to receive 122 million entrants in the labor market by 2020. This year, 122 million entrants are entering. People who are graduating from universities, people who are doing various technical education, people who are otherwise qualified right across the world who are joining the labor force in Africa, 122 million. But only 72 million of those who are joining that labor force will be able to secure wage-paying jobs. Therefore, with these statistics, and which, by the way, some of it are very good, but some of it is also grim, considering the fact that we still remain one of the poorest parts of the world in terms of our growth and development. We are challenged to be able to take full advantage of the future of youth on the continent. what is the future going to present for the African youth? According to the African Economic Outlook 2017 report, Africa's growing population is expected to generate a rise in consumer spending from 680 billion in 2008 to 2.2 trillion in 2030. That is the future. And I have to repeat this for you because that is where this discussion is going to turn on. What is the potential for the future, particularly when it comes to entrepreneurship? According to the African Economic Outlook 2017 report, Africa's growing population is expected to generate a rise in consumer spending from 680 billion in 2008 to 2.2 trillion in 2030. The growth in Africa's population and increased spending presents a huge opportunity for entrepreneurship and innovation on ideas to be implemented to accelerate greater prosperity. So if we are going to have 2.2 trillion people, consumer spenders, there has to be the market to absorb them. There has to be ideas deployed to be able to absorb that spending. And if young people take advantage of it, they will be taking a serious chunk of that resource which is waiting to be spent in Africa. As many as 60% of 18 to 34-year-olds on the continent who took part in a joint study by the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor GEM and Youth Business International YBI were optimistic about the availability of good business opportunities and believe they had the skills and knowledge to start business. That is what it was. They believed that they were optimistic about the future, and they also believe that they have the skills and knowledge to start a business. The key problem with all of this is that if we are going to take advantage of the future, Africa has to move from a low-income majority population to a middle-income majority population. But we have today, the population of Africa remains poor with a huge population earning less than $2 a day. A huge section of Africa earns less than $2 a day. Now, if you look at this from the young person's point of view, this compares to just over 17% of young people in the European Union. And I'm picking up from 60% of 18 to 34-year-olds who believe that they could engage in entrepreneurship and they have the skills to do so in Africa. When the same survey was done in Europe, it was 17%. Almost 17% in the Asia Pacific and South Asia, and around 30% in North America, which means that the optimism that exists in Africa in terms of being able to take advantage of entrepreneurship is higher than the other continents. 60% in Africa, 17% in Europe, 17% in Asia and South Pacific, and around 30% in North America. The only other region that came close to sub-Saharan Africa's optimism was Latin America and the Caribbean, where 40% of the youth believe they have the opportunities, skills, and knowledge to start a small business, according to the January 2015 report. Understanding entrepreneurship, attitudes, aspirations, and activities of young people. That was the name of the report. You can Google it and check so that it can also help you understand what we are talking about. But basically what this is that Africa has an optimistic future and the young people believe in that future more than other places. Statistics have shown that even the one that came closest to us, we are leading them by 20%. So how then can youth leverage the opportunities on the continent's emerging economies to take advantage of it and be able to move into the future? You see, Africa has to invest in education, and young people have to take opportunity in education. And when I say education, we've had a continent that believes in the traditional educational regimes. become a lawyer and they think that that is what makes you successful. Become an accountant and that is what makes you successful. Yes, it does. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with the traditional, prestigious pursuits that we have been following. But we have to diversify in such a way that it is capable of taking advantage of the full potentials that the future presents. So more investment has to be done in science because science remains the future. It remains the present. It is where the world is going. ICT, engineering, these are things that are there so that we can deploy ideas to be able to take advantage of the huge potentials that Africa presents. So like I said, education remains very key to elevate Africans' youth. I see that there is this trend. I think people are taking the exceptions that people like Mark Zuckerberg presents, people like Alibaba and others present, and they are saying, oh no, in fact, they think it is prestigious to drop out of university, to drop out of educational systems because they believe that others have done it and went there. Okay, I still believe that those are the exceptions than the rule. Those are people who fell out and were given a second chance in life and they made it. But I still have enormous belief in the potential that education presents. If it were not for education, we would not be here today. I will not be sitting down here giving this talk to eminent personalities such as yourselves. So Africa still needs to invest in education. And the education that Africa should invest in is the one that focuses on skills building and talent development. The education that Africa has to invest in is the one that focuses on skills building and talent development. And that is why I'm saying these traditional things we look at, be a lawyer, be a doctor, be an accountant. In my country, for example, some families, if you tell them that you cannot go to university and read to become a lawyer or a doctor, your mom and father will be crying, holding their head that, oh my God, my son is such a failure in life. So we have to move away from that to understand that it is in fact not true, that the skills building will be what will take over and be able to harness the potentials of Africa. So we also have to invest in ICT skills, ICT. So moving beyond the education itself, we have to invest in ICT technology. ICT technology is rapidly changing the employment landscape, generating jobs that demand a range of digital skills. If young Africans are to compete for high-tech, higher paying jobs, and take advantage of increasing opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship, digital skills training must be at the core of continued education and training. Digital skills training must be at the core of continued education and training. And I'm emphasizing the word continued, because most times, for example, when I started my introduction to computers was Lotus 123, WordPerfect 6.0. These were all things of the past. In fact, you don't even hear them anymore. They are the ones that have metamorphosed into things like Excel today, into Microsoft Word, and into other aspects of doing computer science. And that is why when it comes to ICT, you cannot afford to be static. You cannot afford to be where you have to continue learning. So there has to be that continued professional development in the field so as to take advantage of the change that that field presents and to be able to use it for the good of Africa. Government must mainstream digital skills training in the local educational curricula so products in Africa universities can have skills which makes them competitive. Again, I would say not only governments, even families, individuals, if you are led to do so, we should make sure that we take advantage of the curricula that promotes digital skills. So as when we leave university, for example, I was in university, I was reading law in university. I was paying every year for what they call computer fees, about $100 per term. Until I left university, I never touched the computer. which belonged to the university. So we were produced to become lawyers, but our skills in ICT were never nurtured. And we had to find a way. I remember when I left law school, when I was reading for the bar, I had to register at a place called African Information Technologies, AITH. And I used to go take computer classes there in the morning between 7 a.m. and 8:30, and then I would rush to the law school for me to be able to continue my law studies. So at that time, I realized that I needed that skill in addition to becoming a lawyer. And I think every African needs it. It does not matter where you qualify. It does not matter what you do. It does not matter what your focus is. You need that skills training in ICT. You need that skills training in digital skills, in digital marketing, in digital tools that can help your work so that when you come out, you can be competitive. Young people need to be bold. They need to be confident. They need to be relentless in their pursuits of excellence. We are the future. We can shape the narrative and set the table. African youth should be more aware and claim their seats at the decision-making table and not wait for an invitation. Again, this is very important. We have developed in a society where it is said that young people must be heard, must be seen but not heard. So it's easy for them to prefer young people not to be at the table, or even if they are at the table, they should be more of listeners than doers. They should be more of listeners than talkers. I think we have to move from that, and in moving from that, we ourselves as young people have to push ourselves to assert our position at the table and be able to contribute. And that is what is happening. I mean, a lot is changing. Before now, the position that I occupy, for example, leading the fight against corruption in the country, an entire agency that affects the entire country and is one of the most high-profile positions in my country. Trust me, 5 years ago, you wouldn't imagine that a young person my age would ever come close to occupying that kind of position. But there is a transformation that is taking place in Africa. And from Sierra Leone to Nigeria, to Botswana, to Lesotho, to South Africa, to the Cape of Good Hope, all the way going up to the north, young people are asserting their position. However, we have not been able to reach that critical mass yet. We need a critical mass of young people as some of us transition from being young people to more of adult leaders, basically in the terms of being above 40 years. We need more young people to come and take advantage of the trend that we are creating so that the youth can own the future well. Young people must aspire for leadership positions and drive the change that we desire. For example, when elections come, young people prefer to sit behind politicians. And even if you are an entrepreneur, a bad politician will take decisions that will affect your business. A bad politician will ensure that there's an environment that is corrupt, that makes you not to compete fairly in terms of procurement, in terms of bidding for contracts, in terms of what your true potential can be provided to you by your own country. So we have to diversify our roles in such a way that while some people are pursuing business, ICT, technology, growth and development, skills, bringing to transform the continent in the ways of science and technology, that some also go into politics and take advantage of the potentials that politics brings to change the lives of people. Before I, as a young person, took over, the 60, 70, over 50 years old that occupied this position I had, we are not giving the country the statistics that was read just now by Madam Linda. For example, she made reference to the fact that in the MCC Control of Corruption Scorecard in 2017, not even long ago, we were failing at 79%. It is after I, a young person, came in below 35 years old that I was able to work, deploy systems, use ideas that are modern to be able to transform the anti-corruption space in the country. And before you could look at it, for the first time, we are passing back to back. We passed in 2018 by jumping from 49 to 71, and later we jumped to 79%. In the CPI, Transparency International Corruption Perception Surveys, for example, Sierra Leone was stagnating or moving backwards. Just last year, we jumped 10 places in the CPI. We scored the highest score ever as a country in the scores that are allocated per country for the CPI. And that is happening at the time when most of Africa is either stagnating or moving backwards in the fight against corruption. But I am using this to bring to the fact that when young people are taking advantage of the present, we can bring in new ideas, new system of weighting. And if you look at it, if all things be equal, we are going to enjoy Africa longer than those who are ahead of us, in terms of age, for example. So it is in our best interest to make sure that the today is good so that we can enjoy it longer. Our educational institutions must include entrepreneurship as a mandatory subject at all levels of education. More young people will be better equipped to create jobs and address the issue of high unemployment. I have given you the statistics on employment at the beginning of my lecture, of my conversation with you. So you already know that there is high unemployment, but we have to now take advantage of reversing that. And we have not only to work on ourselves, but we encourage our brothers and sisters. We have conversations like the ones we are having now, so that the message can go across the continent, from the Strait of Gibraltar to the Cape of Good Hope, from Cape Verde to Djibouti, for everyone to know that we have to do something about Africa. The last part that I want us to pay attention to and to take advantage to is Africa and what is presented in terms of agriculture. When considering a digital future of Africa, what I have noticed as well is the overemphasis that we lay on the digital future of Africa. We cannot ignore technology's potential in agriculture. Africa is one of the continents that remains raw up to date. And for example, for those of us who are living in the tropical belt that is below the Sahara, particularly the West African region, where you have the tropical forest, where you have the rainforest and all these things, we have to understand that another area that technology will be very useful to us is what we can use that technology for to harness that potential in Africa. Agriculture is a key driver for jobs and central to African countries' inclusive and substantial growth. Farming alone currently accounts for about 60% of the total employment in the region, and significantly more when jobs across the entire food value chains are considered. In Ethiopia, Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, for example, the food system is projected to add even more jobs between 2010 and 2025. In these countries I have named, the food system, just production of food, is expected to add even more jobs between 2010 and 2025 than the rest of the economy. Just food production. And I have been to almost all these countries I have named. And when you get there, you can see why. For example, in Uganda, food is so cheap. I was wondering, how can food be so cheap? It's because they produce everything in Uganda. They produce everything they consume in Uganda. Malawi is the same thing. There has been a transformation that changed in Malawi to make sure that the local production is increased. And I was shocked at how food is cheap, but not just cheap, the availability of it. Therefore, we have to take advantage of technology to deploy them in these areas so that food production can increase. If you contrast Malawi and Uganda and Tanzania to my country, Sierra Leone, for example, you see that we will import everything, even toothpick, we import toothpick. We import it in Sierra Leone. We import everything. We import tomatoes. We import everything, even mangoes that fall from the trees in the backyards, we import in Sierra Leone. So we are not investing in harnessing these, which we can in turn be able to market in the country. And you see, when we do that, most of our countries are suffering from inflation. They are suffering from balance of payment constraints because of the fact that we are importing what we eat. I believe Nigeria is having some of the same problems as I'm speaking, because I know that Nigeria also imports a lot. In Sierra Leone, just the importation of rice is why our dollar is what we spend almost all our dollar reserves on, to import rice. We import rice from Malaysia, from China, all the places. However, if we invest in Sierra Leone on rice production and we stop that import from happening, we'll create a more stable economy for the country. Therefore, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe in Africa. I believe in the potentials of Africa. I believe that as young people, there is a lot available to us. We just need to push ourselves to take advantage of it. If you look at it now, China, India, countries which never had much interest in Africa are coming in to invest because they have realized that for the survival of their economies, they are going to rely on Africa. So the foreign direct investment coming from those countries is huge. We can take advantage of it. We can be able to buy into it and take advantage of that investment. And if we do, it will be good for the continent. So I don't know how much time I have used, but I would prefer to pause here and we can have a longer conversation around everything I have said and other ideas that will be brought by other persons, other eminent personalities who have listened to me, so that we can have a more rounded conversation around the issue of leveraging African opportunities for the future of the economy of Africa. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Barrister Francis. You have spoken so well and you kept extremely to time. You still have 5 minutes actually. You know, so I must commend your efforts in terms of bringing back, let's say, stability to your country, which has been amazing. Just since someone is saying the presentation is awesome, I wish that all the young persons in Africa will listen to this. Thank you very much, Barrister. Delivery, very informative. So many people are commending, you know, your work. But my question is, do you think that we have enough African youth in positions to, will I say, make positive decisions, or do you think they're giving us enough opportunity to make changes? That's my first question.
I think I made reference to that we do not have the critical mass that is available for Africa to own leadership, for African youth to be represented in more areas. For example, in my country, it is only recently the new president who has come in is the one who is changing the narrative a lot around putting confidence in young people. So for example, my appointment was a bold one. And in fact, when I was appointed to take up this position, my appointment was ambushed in parliament in a way that I've never seen in this country before. It was a serious drama in parliament. They resisted appointing me because they said, I am too young, I will not be able to deliver. It's a position that requires a lot more older generation people and all these things. And I know that the similar situation is happening in many countries. What they are doing right now, Africa is using young people as statistics. But Africa has to move beyond using young people as statistics and make them actors. So for example, in countries, they will appoint 1 or 2 young persons to serious positions and they say, oh no, we have done our best for young people. Look at this person, look at this person. It is called the politics of tokenism. Tokenism is merely a token. It's something that you can point to when your critics come after you. It's like what they do for women as well, women representation. Apart from countries like Rwanda, who are being a good example, They will only appoint tokens in positions, and then they will claim that, oh yes, we are doing our best for affirmative action for women. But it is not enough. So I agree with you that more young people need to be appointed to leadership positions. And unfortunately, as we speak, the critical mass is not generated yet. We all just have to work towards generating it. And that is why when I sailed through, my appointment went through, and I took that oath before the president to perform my role in this country, I knew that I had a responsibility to make a statement for young people. And today, you can hardly have a conversation anywhere, whether it's in parliament, whether it's in the office of the president, when they are talking about the potential of young people to contribute, and somebody will not make reference to my name and how people resisted my appointment, but I came in. But because I came in with that mission to make it a mission for young people, that is what is helping us to be able to produce the results that we are producing. So you are right, Linda.
Thank you very much. I want to ask you one more question before you go. What would you advise that young people should do to prepare them and empower them, with that confidence that they need to feel like, yes, they can do it? What do you think they need to have? What skills do you think they need to have? So the mindset that our older generation have. You need to have 50 years experience. You have to be like 70 before you before you take a position of power, which doesn't necessarily follow anymore, because things have really changed and they're changing even faster. What requisite skills would you think that the young people need to have to be able to give them that confidence that, yes, I might not be 100 years old, but I think I know what it takes and I can do it?
Yeah, that's the point. I think the first thing that young people have to do, and which I also made reference to in my presentation, is education. You should have the necessary education and skills so that when you have the opportunity, you make a statement. You make a statement that you are worth it. That those other people who have not been given an opportunity, they are waiting because the opportunity has not been given to them. So I will not say specifically you need to be a lawyer, you need to be a doctor, you need to be an ICT personality, you need to be an expert in accounting or digitalization, whatsoever it is. All I can say is young people have to take seriously what they do. They have to be ready to have, I also emphasize continued education. For example, when I became a lawyer, I came from a very poor family. I didn't have money, but I knew that the world has moved beyond first degree. The world has moved beyond merely becoming a lawyer and you sit in your little corner and you start earning money, because when I finished practice, I was working in one of the best law firms in the country and I was earning money as a young man. I could have left myself that way, but I saved money. I was getting scholarships to go and do all these things, maritime law, go and do human rights law and all these things. I was not interested in those. I wanted something which could sharpen my skills. So I saved money personally. After saving money, after working for 7 years, I paid for myself to go to England, went to Queen Mary University of London, and studied master's degree, interdisciplinary master's degree in law and economics, because I knew that I needed to go beyond the law. I needed the economics to back it up. So I went and did LLM in law and economics, selected modules that would challenge me, because I could have simply taken one of those. For example, when I started, the first thing I applied for was to do a master's degree in economic regulation. But then I realized that no, that was not going to challenge me enough. I needed something more. So I needed the microeconomics, I needed the macroeconomics, I needed the mathematics that go with it. I needed something that would make me stand out as a lawyer. And that is what I did. So I went and did it, got that master's degree, came back to my country and continued to work. And that kind of specialization makes you unique. So you don't have to go to the same thing that everyone else is going after. You have to try to push yourself. Even when I came back, because I'm so interested in things like governance, I'm interested in human rights issues. I was basically a lawyer. I was a corporate commercial practice lawyer, but I had a lot of interest in public issues, like speaking the truth to power, like taking up cases that other people will be running away from, and all these things to balance it with my practice. But because I knew I needed a skill in that regard, And I did not have money anymore to spend on that because I needed to own a house. I needed to start a family and all these things. I applied for scholarship through the US Embassy, and I was giving another scholarship to go and read a master's degree in comparative constitutional law and human rights in the US. I went to the University of Texas, took 1 year there and specialized in that degree, and then I came back with it. And the moment, in fact, I was there when I was called to come and take up this job, because the young people in Sierra Leone who had been following my work after the new president came, they called on the president and said, we have voted for you to come to power. But when it comes to the fight against corruption, we want to own it. So that is our man. If you want to pay us back for the support we are giving to you, that is our man. They led a campaign. It was a social media campaign. It was never seen in this country before. And that is how I was called upon. I was on exams in the US. I finished my exam. I finished my exam on Saturday. On Monday, I was on the plane to come back to Sierra Leone. By Wednesday, I was at State House and my letter was given to me to start this job. So young people have to take advantage of the opportunities that present to them. But first of all, they have to have, there's something they call placement. You have to put yourself at the position, the placement whereby when the opportunity comes and meets you, you are capable of delivering. And that is the kind of thing that I did for myself. And that is why probably I am here now and doing what I can do for the country. Thank you, Linda. That's all I wanted to say on that issue.
Thank you so much. So we have one last question for you from King Chukwemeka. I commend the barrister on this good talk. I want to ask that as regards using technology to harness agricultural products, how do we go about it? Is it that we will build agricultural mobile apps to connect with other African countries as to what product is marketable, or how do we go about it? That's his question.
There are two ways to go about it. You can take advantage in a way, like you said, we are building apps, making sure there's flow of resources, there's knowledge sharing on the issue, there's access to resources on the issue, banking apps, banking innovations are also very good. But most important is developing the tools that can process them. For example, in my speech, I told you that, for example, in Sierra Leone, we even import toothpick. But we have trees everywhere. We have everything here to be able to produce toothpick. It's about investing or seeking investment in those areas that can transform those potentials. Some of what we do, most of what we do in Africa is subsistence farming. It's producing food for us to consume at the household level. If we are going to harness that, we can produce that same food on a mass scale so that households, not only in our countries, but in other countries can achieve. But you can only do that if you mechanize well and you develop innovations to be able to easily transform them at low cost so that they can be packaged and sold. So African youth can think about, what do we do? For example, Sierra Leoneans are eating corn every day. They merely just get it, roast it along the roads, we buy it along the road and eat it. What do I do to produce corn and package it in a way that it can be bought in the supermarket? It can be bought on the highways and the byways. These are the kinds of ideas that we have to think about. And if you do so, you would have transformed the food production and food availability for corn in that particular area. And of course, it will bring you enormous resources because everybody eats corn. It's just a question of how they access it. You can do so at a lower cost, and you sell it on a high turnover, and then before you know it, you will be the next billionaire. Who can tell?
Thank you. So Chukuma is asking for your handle. Please, what's your handle on social media?
Me is on Twitter. I am Francis Ben Kaifala. Twitter.
Francis
Ben Kaifala. On
it's
Facebook,
all one word. Ben Kaifala.
Francis, one word. Ben, one word. Kaifala, Kaifala, one word.
Okay.
It's the same on YouTube. It's the same on Facebook.
Chukuma, I hope you've heard that.
It's the same on Facebook.
Yes,
it's the same on Twitter.
We will also type it out for them now. We're typing it right away.
Okay,
Linda,
thank you.
Linda, permit me to thank Barrister Francis for
You're free.
coming all the way and joining us in this discussion today. Thank you so much, sir. I really thank you for honoring our invitation. I know how busy you are. For the past 3 years, we've been trying to get you to be on this platform. And finally, COVID has given us the opportunity to have you here. Because on a very good day, I'm not sure you're going to list your note to come here. Even though you accepted to come once, it was our fault we couldn't get you. So we're looking forward to engaging you from time to time to see how we can help. We're passionate just the way you are about helping African youth. Yesterday I said that one of the major problems we have in Africa is that we have dependency syndrome on government, dependency syndrome on our uncle, on our families. We think we can't do things ourselves. But like Honorable Eunice said in the comment section, it's time we as young people take the seat, even if we're not invited. We just have to take the seat. We can do it diplomatically. It doesn't have to be through violence and all that. We need to showcase our potential for us to be recognized when the right time comes. One of my mentors said something. He said, when opportunities present themselves, don't put fear in front. We need to rise up and take the center stage. This is the right time. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I hope you also be here for other speakers to speak so that we can move forward and get engaged. Thank you so much, Linda. Over to you.
I'll be following. I am home today, so it's fine. It's a good day we chose. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Please, let's continue the conversation. You can always reach me on social media, and we'll take things from there. Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you for sharing this week.
Thank you, Francis. You have been amazing, and you kept to time. Thank you very much. So without wasting so much time so that we end on time, I will be introducing Mary, who will be taking over from me. And Mary Ogundimi is a conscious motivated lady. She's passionate about women development and enhancement. She's a communication expert who specializes in using storytelling and deep content to reconstruct and correct everyday narratives and life experiences. She's a two-time leader of the Nigerian delegation to the Young African Women Congress, Ghana, and has consecutively represented the country in delivering solidarity speeches through her office. She's the founder of the Multi-Women Network, a youth-led organization that empowers women and the girl child with basic skill sets for maximizing their potential and becoming global citizens. Every year, she convenes the Multi-Women Conference, a signature event that brings women from all walks of life to tell their stories, share and provide solutions to issues of economic empowerment and grassroots development for women. She currently serves as the event and networking chair for Yali RLC alumni, using her office to vet different programs and projects that center on leadership and capacity building for global thought leaders. If you wouldn't, I'm sure she has much more, but I'm going to stop here for now. So Mary, if you're ready, I'm going to be handing over to you, and I'll be back again during the panel session if you do let me or introduce me at that time. So for now, please let's stay tuned and listen to the next speaker Mary will be introducing. She'll be introducing Kennedy. So Mary, are you ready?
Very well, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining in from wherever in the world you're watching us from. Thank you so much, Linda. It's been an amazing job you've been doing since yesterday, and I must really commend you. Thank you so much for setting a great pace, like I told you yesterday. Thank you very much also to Success for creating such an avenue like this that we all can come together to learn, to share, to just increase our knowledge. It's so great to be gathered here, and of course we'll say thank you to COVID. Linda mentioned it the other time, so thank you to COVID that of course we can all gather here at this time. No stress of the road, no issues. You just sit in the comfort of your home and then you can, of course. Special thank you to all our speakers, all our panelists, and everyone that has joined in. Now, without wasting much time, I'm going to bring in the next speaker in person of Kennedy Enya, who is going to be speaking on business beyond borders, how you can discover and tap opportunities, and how you can harness them. I hope Kennedy is getting ready while I just push in his profile. Kennedy Ikena Enya is the founder and president of Buffer Alliance Group, is the co-founder and executive vice president of Infinitum Group, Limited, Botswana. Kennedy Ikenanya is a growth expansion strategist and international multidisciplinary business executive with over 22 years experience in local and cross-border businesses. He has provided expert assistance to board level for rapid growth companies, medium businesses, and startups. He is passionate about the base of pyramid projects and presently championing the awareness about the potentials in the majorities market sector. Is a consummate strategist who engages creative process thinking in achieving business closure and alliance building. Noteworthy to also say that Kennedy is a passionate investor in human capacity development and builder of sustainable economic ecosystems that leverage on creative gifts of the human spirit. Enya is an unconventional entrepreneur with humanist dimension. His personal path, which was fought through the fortress and fortitude of faith, resembles that of resilient people he can draw lessons from, both from his successes and his failures. It's a lot about Kennedy right here, and I tell you that this one man you want to listen to, most especially because he has done it, he succeeded in it, and is ready to share with us the secrets, the principles, those things that have worked for him, you know. And then today we are going to be learning how you can tap into the opportunities that are available beyond borders, taking your business beyond the borders, beyond the shores of your country. So if Kennedy is ready, thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Kennedy, please. Over to you, sir. Good morning.
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi.
I can. How are you doing today, sir?
Good. Very well, thank you. I want to thank you, Linda, the previous moderator and co-host. And I also want to thank you, Mary, for your wonderful introduction. And then, of course, I will not hesitate to thank Success for enabling this conversation to take place. I would also like to acknowledge the previous speaker, Barrister Francis, for his erudite presentation on Africa standing up, waking up, and also taking up the challenge with the various opportunities that the present times affords us. It's a pleasure to be part of this conversation, and I want to thank the convener for allowing me to participate, to contribute, and also to make my inputs in the ongoing process. Having said that, we are talking about business beyond borders. All right, I must first of all say this. Africa was originally without borders. When I mean Africa was one. And if we want to take back Africa to its days of glory and beyond, what needs to happen is that Africa and Africans must understand, recognize, and appreciate the fact that we are one. And then whether you are trading, whether you are relating with somebody from Sierra Leone or Egypt or Ethiopia in the north or down here in South Africa, we must appreciate that we are one. Therefore, we must walk with the same understanding and also with the same passion. Now, I'm a Nigerian, but currently business interest and business took me to southern part of Africa. That's 2012. I came to Botswana in search of coal. Then we were trying to take coal because we couldn't export coal out of Nigeria at the time. We wanted to take coal to the West. But when we got here, we discovered that Botswana was sitting on the largest deposit of coal in Africa, over 220 billion tons, whereas Nigeria sits on a deposit of about 2.6 billion. All right, now what that simply means is in the next 200 years or more, Botswana will still be producing when we're all gone. But now, over the years, we discovered that no, because of the land-linked nature, not landlocked. Like I said before, Africa is one, and Africa is actually connected by land, all right? means that almost 50 countries in Africa are linked by land. Therefore, that was why our ancestors, our forebearers, were able to trade. We had the great Malian Empire, the Songhai Empire, all right, that traded up to Benin Kingdom or Benin Empire. Now, today, what we now discovered is that we could actually take our local resources, because what we've been doing over the years, the last 50 years, has been the scourge of the natural resources. Now, what we've been doing is to export our natural resource in exchange for money, meaning we are taking our asset, selling it to get money, meaning we are selling money. It's like somebody selling gold for dollars. Of course, you and I know that the currency we are using, the dollar, has no gold backing, has nothing sitting at the back of it. Therefore, for us to take Africa to the next level, we must discover businesses that are beyond our natural borders right now, that were created by our colonialists. All right. Now, we must also understand that Africa's population, just like the previous speaker had presented, is growing at a very fast and alarming rate. Statistics are for the younger generation, and the younger generation must understand what they need to do to take charge of the future, because the present crop of leaders and the present environment, the socio-cultural and political environment, does not make for progress, does not make for growth, does not make for expansion. All right, similar to what Barrister Francis said, there are countries that have been made to become very dependent on imports. And this has largely created a dependency syndrome, which he mentioned, and which has kept us down rather than keeping us up. The past 2 decades have been very revealing, with all the natural challenges that we have as a continent, and also economic challenges that we have as a continent. Now, it is not enough to talk about the problems. Yes, we acknowledge the problems. When we talk about the problems, we also need to talk about the solutions, and not just to talk about solutions, designing the solutions and then implementing for the right outcome, all right? That is where we come in. And that is what took me out from Nigeria down to the southern part of Africa. Our program was a Cape to Cairo kind of program, that is to leverage the various human capital, natural resource, technology, skills, and of course, finance, because in all of this, finance plays a key role in determining how far you can go in determining the future that you desire. And I'll say this, one of the major challenges we have, or our educational system has, is that it predisposes us to a dependency on white-collar jobs, all right? We have a situation where we have a lot of certificated youths. We have a lot of people who have gone to school to acquire certificates, papers, as opposed to what I will call certificates or skill certificates, all right? A major difference between that. You need to be able to understand that you need to be skilled and schooled in order to take up the opportunities that exist beyond your borders. I'll give you an example, a practical example, and I will take a cue from Barrister Francis. He mentioned importation of toothpicks, all right? Sierra Leone depends on a lot of imports. The same thing with Nigeria, the same thing with many other African countries, all right, including Botswana. Botswana here depends on South Africa to service its local needs. If South Africa shuts their borders, Botswana could jolly well go hungry. What they have in their storage may not last them a month. Similar thing to Nigeria. You can't do without importation. But we can leverage our various competencies that exist in various countries. For instance, when you come to a place like Botswana that has a lot of land mass compared to their population, they have a critical advantage over a country like Nigeria with a lot of population. And when you look at the human population to land, you'll see that Nigeria is at a disadvantage with over 208 million people, whereas Botswana sits on a land asset of over 687 square kilometers, meaning that they have a lot of land. As much as they said, oh no, the land is not viable, or is not arable, it is not true, because I've been here and I've understood this environment and I see, oh no, this environment can actually grow oranges, grow other agricultural products, including tubers, as against what we were told when we came. Meaning that if I never went out of Nigeria, I probably wouldn't have discovered the opportunities that are in Botswana, in Mozambique, in Malawi, in Zambia, in Tanzania. These countries that Barrister Francis mentioned, I've also been there, and I've seen that Africa has a lot of growth potentials, okay? Therefore, the emphasis will be how to harness the opportunities that exist in various countries in Africa. And of course, we, the young ones, are in a position to take this advantage and make this effort. And I will give this example by saying, when you go to a place like Benin, for instance, or Cotonou, Togo, Ghana, you'll see things that needs to be processed. We must move beyond production. Emphasis is on production, yes, but when we produce, what value are we adding to what we have produced? And when we process, how are we been able to package? And then when we are packaged, how are we able to have access to market? How do we move our finished products to the market? This is where logistics comes in. Because when we have done all of this that we're talking about and we're not moving our finished products to the right market, then you have a lot of glut in the system. That glut creates, like Barrister said, you have a lot of cheap products in the market without a source for expression. Now, our program in Botswana, in the southern part of Africa, took us through a myriad of experiences. We had to learn, as it were. We had to relearn, as it were, the things that we thought we knew before. And then to help us hydrate this conversation further and on the need for cross-border businesses, there are three trends that are going on in Africa, which I would like us to talk about. And these three positive, powerful trends are more likely to sustain Africa's growth. Number one is the young population with a growing labor force, just like Barrister Francis mentioned. Now, with that population growth and with that high labor force, we must consider an adjustment of our program and move away from certificates to acquiring the requisite skills that enables us to produce, process, push, and also to promote what we have. Africa has capacity to generate the requisite resources it requires to extend itself. Why is China coming to Africa? Why are Indians in Africa? I come to Botswana here and in the SADC, you have a lot of foreigners here. Now, most people go to school to come out to work. That creates an entitlement mentality. That means you take your time, go to school, earn a certificate, and wait for government work or private sector work, 8 to 5. That is the bane of Africa's graduates. But with the current situation in the world today, with coronavirus and its implications, especially with regards to most countries moving away from globalization to national to national interests. A lot of countries are now looking inwards on how to maintain and strengthen their local capacities and competencies. Like I said, the first positive trend, powerful trend for Africa is its young labor force. Now, this labor force also in the years to come will be having a lot of buying capacity. And what this means, but when you talk about housing, agro-processing, school, education, healthcare, whether you're talking about business, you have this great population bulge or youth bulge that will sustain any form of business in the near future. Furthermore, agriculture presents a wonderful opportunity for the youth in Africa. It is expected that in the next 10 years, by 2030, the agriculture and agribusiness, according to the ADB president, will be over $1 trillion. Now, if anybody wants to look at businesses to do across borders in Africa, it should be in the agricultural sector. It also means that the related businesses and associated factors and variables needed to make agriculture very functional and efficient. That is the area where people and young people should consider. Now, when you have produced, you must move either your raw materials or inputs to your source of production and also finished products to your place of storage before you evacuate to your markets. Now, we need to look at the areas to focus as you consider cross-border trades, cross-border businesses, cross-border opportunities in various African countries. Now, with this population, we are able to do that with the young population. Now, the second positive trend helping Africa to position itself, by that I mean African youths and startup businesses will be in the area of the technological change going on, be it in fintech, be it in global payments, be it in telecommunications, in ICT, in health. We've seen lots of development, positive developments happening across borders in Africa today. Kenya takes the lead, or Eastern Africa, especially with Kenya, taking the lead in the area of fintech and also mobile payments, mobile solutions, mobile related services. Therefore, young people, because of a high churn rate with technology, is able to leverage, create solutions that can be leveraged in other countries, therefore thereby creating the necessary remittances, because we must design systems that will enable us begin to earn revenue beyond the traditional certificate-oriented jobs. Now, the third trend that is going to help us to uptake opportunities in the continent is the urban migration, that is from the rural areas to the urban areas, centers, and also with the current emphasis in agriculture, attention is being geared now towards smart systems. For instance, in agriculture, a lot of attention is going into hydroponics, a lot of it is going into aquaponics, meaning you need a smaller space, you don't need a large expanse of land to produce. Once you have the right strategy, the right funding, also the right structures to enable you produce, process, package, and of course, export. I'll give you a classical example here in Botswana, what we'll call our Botswana story. Botswana sits, and also about 5 countries in the region, has a special tree called the Mosu tree. This tree has been in the continent for, it's as old as Africa, right? Now, I'm going to give a classical example of what I'm talking about. They say monies don't grow on trees. But I said, no, when I came into the region, I discovered that actually monies grow on trees. And I'll show you a practical example. You see what I have in my hands here? I don't know whether it's very clear. This is a natural, eco-friendly toothpick that grows on trees. Now, when we came here and discovered the abundance of these toothpicks in Botswana, in Zambia, in Mozambique, in Namibia, we said, oh, why don't we take this product to the world, right? Now, we have started looking at how do we design a program that enables creation of jobs, because these things are in their hundreds of millions in terms of abundance. Now, we came up with this. We didn't know this when we came. Like I said, I came for a different thing when I came here in 2012. But being on ground, I've been able to see there are several opportunities. So I called a lot of young people. I said, hey, look, this is an opportunity. My country and some parts of West Africa, we import toothpicks, spending millions of dollars. Do you know how much you can make exporting this particular product to West of Africa or to other parts of the world? And of course, that ignited attention, that raised focus on the possibility of harvesting these toothpicks that are naturally growing on trees and packaging them in such a manner that they will be internationally acceptable. And of course, what we were looking at was also getting a product that will meet the standards, international standards, and also meet acceptability. And it didn't take us long to do that. So that is one. I'll give you another example. In the region here, we discovered the hoofs, the cow legs, are not a special delicacy here, but it's a delicacy for us in the west of Africa. And then we started talking with of course, Botswana, of course, you know, is the home of hormone-free beef. That is the best beef in the world, actually. If those of us who were following Steve, followers of Steve Harvey, Steve Harvey, in one of his recent posts, acknowledged that the best place to get beef in the world is in Botswana. And I would say not just in Botswana, you also have in the region, because I think has something to do with the environment or the climatic conditions you have here. Their beef is the best I have tasted. I've been to various parts of the world. I have not seen any place that has beef the way it tastes in Botswana. Now that is a value. Now Botswana is known for diamonds, but also known for their coal and other products. So I said, well, why don't we take this brand and take it to the world? So meaning that we're able to take something that was not a factor and make it something that becomes a factor for people outside of the environment, meaning we are creating opportunities, markets for businesses, local businesses to explore and exploit and fulfill manifest potentials outside of the environment. We've been to Zambia. We've seen how to take their resources in agriculture, in corn, in sorghum, and process, produce prime products and move those products to other nations where it is needed. Malawi produces a lot of beans and legumes. And we are also looking at producing these things and taking them to other markets where it is needed. So cross-border businesses is the way to go. Africa must learn to trade with itself. It cannot keep waiting for people to come all the way from China, India, America, or Europe for it to realize its full potentials. And as a result of that, we are encouraging Africans, especially the youth, to consider leveraging platforms like the AYLS to improve and increase their knowledge and awareness about opportunities that exist in various parts of Africa. For SADC, for ECOWAS, for COMESA, these are trading blocks that provide enabling environment. I can tell you, SADC has over 360 million people. That market, anybody that creates a special product, just one product, and you are making $1 in a month, that automatically gives you $3.6 million. If it's a company or a group of companies, a group of young people can come together, solve a problem, then you are able to create value for yourselves and also for environment. Now, for cross-border opportunities, you cannot do it from outside. You can only do it when you are on ground. That is why, even though coronavirus tells or makes us not interact, you still need alliances. That is where partnerships comes in. That is where relationships comes in. That is where opportunities will need to be harnessed in such a manner that to create the right traction, enabling the creation of value. If I didn't come to Botswana with my team, we probably wouldn't have discovered what we discovered in the country. If we didn't go to Zambia, jack boots on ground, we won't be able to know what to do, or go to Mozambique and see opportunities there. We've seen that we can produce wine out of cashews, because Mozambique produces a lot of cashews, but most of these things go out as finished, as not finished product, but raw materials. And then it comes back as finished products. We have seen opportunities in the agro sector. That is where the solution lies for Africa. If Joseph in the Bible, as we know, was able to save humanity when he stored food for 7 years during famine, what stops the African youth? What stops Africans from doing something similar or even better by looking at that which is very, very key for us every single day? Every human being will eat. Every human being drinks water. Every human being is clothed. Now, if we are able to focus on this, not just to produce, we must process. Then, of course, we are able to look at markets within Africa. I'm not going beyond Africa. Africa's population is a lot of encouragement because it shows that there is growth. And with this growth comes consumption, right? And just like Barrister Francis had said, household consumption is going to increase in the years to come. Therefore, you have to look at the areas of comparative advantage. He talked about something about rice production. You may not need to start producing rice. Nigeria produces rice, but Nigeria's population cannot support massive production of rice because of the local realities that we have. But we can become very good with cassava and become world's #1 in cassava production. We can become world's #1 in oil palm. Now, the areas of comparative advantage is where we need to focus on. So we cannot say because we don't want to import, we must produce everything we need. No, there are things that Africa needs to produce. There are things that African nations will need to produce, process, and there are things that they will need to import. That is where you create the opportunity for trade. Now, to begin to use your trading balances in the area of business, we must consider cross-border transactions. And with that, you are able to create the right fulcrum required to help hydrate and titrate opportunities across borders.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Mr. Kennedy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, so I just wanted to interrupt you so that I can take a few questions and have you answered, because we really want to keep the time. So thank you very much, sir, for that delivery. Thank you so much. While you were making that delivery, you mentioned a part where you talked about the fact that right now, a lot of people have the certificate, but we have gone past the time of just having the certificate. It's time where you can actually defend that certificate. You know, you have skills that can really prove you worthy of holding that certificate. So, so in a few minutes, I just want you to tell us What are those things we need to start putting in place as young people that would help us to move from the point of just having that certificate and then having these skills, right? Just
Yes.
in like 2 minutes, just run us through that, sir.
Okay. I'll give you an example that will help.
All right,
When
sir.
you have a professor of mechanical engineering, when his vehicle breaks down, he drives the vehicle to a roadside mechanic who has got knowledge. All right. Now, in addition to that, the road mechanic will now fix the car and he drives off, but he's got the skill, he's got the certificate, but does not have the skills to fix his car. So when we go to school, what we now ask people to do is to go get into practical acquisition of knowledge that enables you. For instance, I gave you an example of the Mosu tree. You don't need a certificate to go and harvest that. What you need is a suite of skills, knowledge to go there and get it. So you need to acquire practical skills in the area of your particular vocation. For instance, if you are involved in ICT or hardware, you must learn how to develop, write your codes. You don't need to, many people went to school without having practical experience or knowledge about what they have acquired in school. All right, now today's world requires practical solutions to everyday needs. So
Thank you.
advice is that young people should move away from consumption to production knowledge, that is acquiring knowledge in the area of production, so that they begin to produce as opposed to just acquiring knowledge. That's why I said certificate versus certificates.
Great. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you so much. So I'm sure that a lot of people listening are following and then they're getting it right now that see it's time for the exhibition of practical solutions. Practical solutions. Thank you very
Yes.
much. That we have a question from one of our attendees. He
Okay.
says that please, I'd like to ask Mr. Kennedy about platforms we can join to help us meet with reliable partners in various countries. The truth
Yes.
is that no one wants to waste money around. We need to know how and where to meet legit partners. So you want to help us with that, sir, in 2 minutes?
Yes, of course. I'll be sending to the platform. For instance, if you come to SADC here, there's a lot of products from West Africa that are needed in SADC. Now, when you come to SADC, there are platforms that I will be introducing to AYLS, so that they could use that to interact. These are credible platforms where you meet credible businessmen, young people who are also desirous to interact with other African partners in the region. So SADC will be sending a checklist platforms that people can collaborate, join, and then of course interact with.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. It's been an amazing time learning from you. Thank you so much. Mr. Success, are you there? I know you have 1 or 2 words to drop for Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy, for joining us from Gabon, Botswana. It's a good privilege having you here. Thank you so much for the impact you make, for the discussions. They were very amazing. I wish we had more time for you to say a whole lot of things you plan to say. But then we're going to be having master classes from next week from time to time, gathering a lot more people who are interested in what we are doing so that we can discuss further on how we can move Africa forward. Africa belongs to us. Like Tony Blair said, no one is coming to fix Africa for us. Paraphrasing now, we are the ones that will fix Africa for ourselves. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you so
Mary,
much.
over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, all the way from Botswana, it's a privilege to have Mr. Kennedy. Thank you very much for sharing on business beyond borders, how we can discover and harness opportunities. Yeah, so moving right into the next thing on our agenda, we have one very special person in our midst, is one amazing young man. I've gone through his profile and seriously, this is somebody you want to listen to. And I know specifically that a lot of entrepreneurs like it when we hear sales, when we hear how to make more sales, how to make more money, how to get customers. So, you know what? Just relax. Wherever you are, sip your cup of tea, your cup of tea if you have one, and just calm down and get everything that we are going to be learning from the next speaker in person of Joseph Edgar, the one and only man we call the Duke of Shomolu. Edgar, also known as the Duke of Shomolu, is a consummate investment banker come theater producer. He is the co-founder of Hamilton and John Limited, a bespoke financial advisory firm, and the founder of Duke of Shomolu Productions, a theater production company that has raised over 300 million and delivered iconic stage productions, including the BBC-rated Aremu, a play depicting the life of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. He is an influential salesperson who has individually and jointly worked in themes that has raised over 3 trillion in both private and public sector driven engagement. The notion of value as a core ingredient in sales wrapped with profiling, precision marketing, networking, and the new concept of pull remains a vivid attraction to Edgar as he continues in his quest of building a new army of salespeople in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, if he was in a live gathering, I would have said it with a loud ovation, please welcome. But right now, I really just want you to be fully ready for Mr. Joseph Edgar is going to be taking on us on mastering the art of sales. Mr. Joseph, thank you so much for joining us today. It's such an honor to have you. If you are
Hi,
ready,
Mary.
you have the floor.
Hi, Mary. Mary, can I say
Good
something
morning, sir.
before Joseph joins us? Can I say something before he joins us?
Oh, okay, okay. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so Joseph Edgar, like we call him in Nigeria, the Duke of Shomolu, is one person that has been able to change my perspective on a number of things. I met him recently, and it looks like I've met him for 10 years already. So I'm just trying to give you a brief background of what you're going to be doing with Joseph this morning if he's in the mood. Sometimes he's not in the mood, but if he's in the mood, I'm sure you're going to, at one point, see Joseph take off his clothes. He likes to communicate better when he's not wearing clothes, and you're going to be amazing. So, one of the things that Joseph taught me personally was how to monetize contacts on my phone book. Basically, today, our project has grown exponentially because of the contact we have on our phone book. Most of the people that have engaged in the last 3 years have not met them face to face. Some of them are Barrister Ben Francis Catuela and a whole lot of people, presidents of countries, commissioners, ministers, have not met them one-on-one. But because I was able to maximize the contacts I have in my phone book, I've been able to reach out to them. Joseph has inspired me in more ways than one. So Joseph, my boss, he runs a class called the Duke's Master Class. And just yesterday, I was the team lead in the group. So today, we have the boss in the building. Welcome, Mr. Duke.
Welcome. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So you have the floor, sir. You're wearing your shirt, but I hope you're going to give us the best because success has sold you out already. Thank you very much, sir. You have the floor.
Okay. I'm quite nervous because I'm usually not used to all these technology things. You understand? And I hear that the audience is wide. How about speaking loud enough?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay. So I hear that the audience is very wide. I mean, continent wide and all of that. So that makes me very nervous. And normally, I'm a very powerful speaker. I speak without saying. You understand? But I was quite nervous, and I woke up 4 o'clock this morning trying to prepare myself for what I will say at this session. And then because I'm not used to preparing myself, I didn't know what to do. But I just started listening to this, live music and get myself very calm. So let's just thank Success and the organizers of this event for inviting humble me to this session, and I hope I will not disappoint. So basically, I'm going to talk about mastering of sales. You see, for the continent to realize its full potential, we must be able to instill in our youth the confidence that can make things happen. The confidence that they do not have to wait for leadership to make things happen in the continent. You understand? So the time for leadership is over. The time to wait for government to begin to do things is over. It's now time for the followership, for the leg, to now become the arrowhead, you understand, of the push for both economic and political emancipation of our continent. And the fuel that will drive that revolution is the ability to sell, the conviction that you can sell, the strong belief in self. Are you getting now? So we are not looking for, when people wake up and say, oh, there must be a revolution, people will, there must be a revolution, I just look and laugh. Because things are beginning to happen on the continent. Things are beginning to happen in Nigeria, which is the largest economy in the continent. We are beginning to see clusters of perfection, clusters of near perfection in sectors of the economy. The entertainment industry has grown phenomenally in Nigeria, with little or no government support. So government is struggling to regulate. Government is running around helter-skelter to see how they can be part of this, how they can tax this, how they see 2 trillion naira. They feel it. They feel it in the economy. They feel it in so many sectors of the economy. They feel it in hospitality. They feel it in services. They feel it in medical. They feel it in real estate. But they do not know. They are looking for ways in which they can be part of that. Are you getting me now? So at the end of the day, what drives all of this is the innate belief in self, innate belief in the ability to make things happen. I don't want to be political with this talk because the topic they gave me was quite huge, wide. So I don't even know where to start from because there's so many things to say. I don't know where to start, where to end, and all of that. But see, at the end of the day, we cannot achieve anything at any level. I just listened to the young man from Botswana without having that innate ability to sell, the conviction to convince people that whatever it is that they are pushing is something of value, something of benefit to the individual, to the market, society at large. And for us to be able to do that, we must believe in ourselves. We must have that intimate skill set to sell. I do not believe anything is impossible. You understand? I don't believe anything is impossible. I believe that when there's life, there's hope. There's always a way out. And that is a strong conviction every salesperson must have. You must be able to master sales. In mastering sales, you must be able to master yourself. You must be able to what's the word now? Diminish your demons. The things that say you cannot do it. You must be able to diminish it and push. So when I was going to theater, I hope my just was doing carefully because I felt very nervous and then I just started going like that. I won't stop. So when it's time for me to stop, people just come in so I can stop so I don't get carried away. When I first went into theater, they said, oh, you can't make money from your first show. It's not possible. You can't make money from your first show. It's not possible. Everybody loses money. And the first show, my first show, I made 12 million naira. And that was just come from investment banking. And I was shocked. And I look at those people who they say, oh, you can't do. How did you achieve make a profit of 12 million naira in your very first outing as an investment banker with no name in the industry? It was very simple. I just looked at the whole thing. As far as I'm concerned, everything is all about sales. Everything is all about how you push it to the people. Everything is all about the value that you push to the people. So a salesperson is one of almost, you're an entrepreneur, you're a producer, you are the person that brings everything together. You bring all factors together. You have the helicopter view. At any level of sales, whether at the leadership of sales, whether at the followership of sales. As long as you are in the market to sell something, to exchange it for value, you are in charge. You are in charge. You must have the whole picture. So I looked at the market very well. And I saw that the same set of people I was talking to as an investment banker were almost the same set of people that were buying tickets. So I understand their culture, understand what drives them, understand what they look out for. They are looking for exclusivity. they're looking for tremendous value, they're looking for benefits. Are you getting that? In all of the space, whether it is a Greek, whether it is theater, whether it is financial products, wherever it is, the basic need of a potential buyer is relatively the same. Now, so I said, okay, I'm going to do a play. And I called my play Loud Whispers, which was a compilation of all my articles in this day. Yeah, I've made it into a book, and I've sold over 5,000 copies of that book, with over 5 million from that book. Now, what we are doing right now with the ability to sell is to disrupt stereotypes. People say, oh, you cannot sell more than X number of copies of books. So I write my book, I put my book in 5 specific bookshops all over the country. I give them five copies each. I kid you not, 6 months after those five copies are complete, I sold 1,000 copies from my phone, on my WhatsApp, sitting there in my bedroom. So I go back to them, I collect all my books back and sell everything, forgetting to even keep one for myself. So the same process I go through with the theater. You understand? So you get a known name that the market can latch on. I get the legendary Alibaba, one of the biggest names in comedy in Africa. And I said to him, I said, my brother, market is changing. You're 50 years old. So you just may not be able to connect the way you used to 5, 10, 15 years ago. Your boys are coming up. Let me give you a platform that will introduce you in another vehicle to a market that already knows you. And luckily, because he's a great guy, he sees it, he latches on, he says, let's deal at a discounted price. He charges me a figure he would normally not wake up from. He would normally not leave his house for. You understand? So with that iconic brand name in front of me, I start pushing among brands. And I say to brands, and the mistake a lot of people make is that, you see, as a newcomer, I don't go looking for sponsorship. You will get. That's honest God truth. You will get sponsorship. You understand? You get sponsorship because the brand manager does not want to. First, it's theater. It's not football that has a mass followership. You understand? It's a little bit close. It's exclusive. So the brand manager is only interested with how this will enhance his brand, and much more recently, how he will close. How many of his products will he sell in the event? So if you are not at a co-hotel type event, you are not a football event, you are not maybe basketball event, then you just may not be getting his attention. So, but I sell VIP tickets to him. What that does for him is that it gives him the opportunity, you understand, to reward those very big, large ticket customers. Are you getting me? In a unique fashion, at a cheaper cost, while still projecting his brand image. I don't know if I'm making sense. And that is a revolution. That is a disruption that we need in Africa, in Nigeria, to transform things, new ways of thinking. When people say thinking outside the box, it's not a cliche. There's no box. There's no thinking outside any box because there's no box. You understand? So you just make things happen. Make things happen by revolutionizing your thought processes. You understand? So I made the brand manager of a big ticket telco. And my competitors are asking for 20 million, 30 million, 100 million, 40 million. All of that takes forever to get board approval. What that does for you is that it puts your faith in the hands of somebody who will not sell your product as well as you would. Because that brand manager has to take it to the board, take it to the manager, take it to wherever to get approval. And he won't sell, even if he can sell, he won't sell that well because he doesn't want them to feel that he has a stake. So that takes your sales pitch away from you. But when you fly retail, like I say, when you fly below the radar, you're in control of your sales pitch. So I tell the brand manager, what's the limit you can sign as a brand manager? Say to 1 million. I said, no problem, I give 1 million worth of VIP tickets. I'll still give you 50 million worth of brand exposure. You still be on 3 radio stations, you'll be on 5 national TV stations, you'll be on 12 outdoor billboards, and you'll be on one of the biggest billboards in Africa, the World Million more, 20 million eyeballs to see you for that 1 million naira. He's hugging me. He's hugging me. He cuts a check of 1 million. And I go to 50 of them like that, and I raise my 50 million. What that does for me now is that I have 50 major brand on my poster. Instantly, my production becomes mainstream. My production begins to be taken seriously by the market, by all stakeholders in the marketplace. I have not gone for my 100 million. I'm not interested. That's why in all of the productions, we have full houses. We can't even seat people. In that position we had in Motown, we turned back over 200 people. There's no seats. 8 shows, free to the brim. Because when a big size telco buys 1 million naira worth of 20,000 VIP tickets, he's going to spread it to all his own internal and external stakeholders. And that's your brand name moving forward. He's giving his board of directors, he's giving his senior staff, he's giving his sales staff, he's rewarding his IT staff, he's giving his dealers, and he's calling us every day, can I get 1 million naira more? Every can I get 1 million naira more? Every can I get 1 million naira more? You see bank MDs calling you, Mr. Edgar, I don't know how you're going to do this. My wife wants tickets to your shows. I don't know how you're going to do this. That positions you. That gives you that branding. That gives you that name recognition that you need in the marketplace in the shortcut. And that exposes you to a large swath of influential people that can make your brand. Now, if you now take this and replicate it in all sectors that we are going to be having strong salespeople, you begin to see that the revolution is happening. I do not believe in government. All I need from government, I was in session yesterday, and people asking me questions from South Africa, from China, and what advice you give the government. The only advice I can give the government now is to stand clear. Stand clear and begin to watch the miracle. Begin to watch things happen. Just give us security, give us an enabling environment, give us a strong regulatory environment, give us a strong legal framework, and then begin to see things happening. Youth of the continent. Let me talk about youth of Nigeria, because that's what I know very well. I'm making things happen. And that is why I have implicit confidence in this country. I believe very strongly in the next generation. They are in total control of very key sectors of the economy, total control of very key sectors of production capacity in this country. We do not need the so-called political leadership that we have there, because they don't understand. They don't understand. They can't see the wave. They don't understand. So you see young boys building apps. They can't sell those apps, but you see other young boys who may not have technological skills, but have business development skills. We're trying to bring up those kinds of boys. Our mission is to deliver 1 million power-based salespeople on the continent. That's our mission. Because if you see other economies, if you see other countries of the world, you find out that salespeople drive these places. Go and see the top Forbes companies, the top Forbes listed brands. Who build the economy? They're salespeople. They're people who, first of all, believe in themselves, believe in their vision, and believe that this vision can impact society. And that's what we're trying to do here. That's what we are beginning to do in Nigeria. Don't let me say what we're trying to do. It's happening. That's why having platforms like this where youth are exchanging ideas. People are not waiting again. People are taking their future to their hands. People are using the strength of their personal conviction to begin to make things happen. And it's exciting. It's exciting. We've done 500 million naira in revenue in show production in 3 years. It's crazy. Never been heard of. Even our market leaders are asking us how we do it. We've pioneered the production of beautiful coffee table books. If the camera can show me, let me show you this one. This Aremu, this coffee table book that we have done, that we just produced for my last production. I don't know if you are seeing it. I get it now. We printed only 1,000 copies of this 10 million naira. We have sold over 5 million naira in 3 days. This is the power of WhatsApp. Nothing else. I get it now. Creating jobs. Over 500 people have been employed directly or indirectly by our activities in TEFA. We're creating jobs in investment banking. We're creating jobs in different sectors. We're pushing a new platform called Beatles, which is a fintech play. We want to have 1 million subscribers all over Africa to create wealth, redistribute wealth, impact society. That's what we're trying to do here. We are copying this model from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. When they were able to use Microsoft to create phenomenal wealth, use part of that wealth to impact society. Today they say they've eradicated polio in the whole wide world. That the only place you can find polio in the world is not in Nigeria because of Boko Haram. Bill and his wife were only able to achieve this because they were able to create phenomenal wealth. That's what I'm trying to do. I want to create phenomenal wealth using the Beetle FinTech play to pull in small retail contributions, pay people their interest from those contributions, and the spread that we make goes directly into society, into areas that we're interested in, widows, medical, and all of that. So my people, the power of self, the power of belief. If you can't make it in Nigeria, if you can't make it in Africa, you can't make it anywhere else in the world. People go outside there and get carried away with base living. So because they live in London, they live in New York, they live everywhere, they live in the 2-bedroom flat, they can pay their bus fare, they can have phones, they can wear clothes, so they think that's life. That's existence. That's existence. Africa is the frontier. It's not even a new frontier. It's the frontier. It has always been the frontier. Africa is where you have the market. Africa is where you have the margin. Africa is where you can make things begin to happen. I'm telling you, let's go through it. 22 million people in Lagos. I can never be worried about anything in the world. 60% of the economy is not mainstream. That means the Nigerian economy can never collapse. The Nigerian economy can never have a meltdown like what we see in Iceland and other countries of the world. You get it now? Because majority of the economy is unbanked. So if I get 2,000 naira today, I can live well for a week, depending on my, in fact, for a month, depending on my outlook to life. I guess, so somebody wakes up one morning and packages water and calls it pure water, he's selling millions a day. Because there's a population, and population does what translates into market. And what drives all of this? Believe itself. As a person who can see clarity of vision and the ability to sell that vision to a willing market. So, like I said, the topic is very wide. So I don't really know where to go to or what to say or which angle to hold it by. That's why I'm trying to float. That's why I'm trying to give a macro view of my position and position of other young people like myself who believe very strongly in this continent and who believe very strongly that things are not as bad as we think they are. There are people in this country. Right? Is it time up?
No, keep on, sir. Just 3 minutes more.
Okay, so in conclusion, 3 minutes more. To be a strong salesperson, you must believe in yourself. You must have the confidence. You must have the go-getting spirit. You must learn how to take rejection. Take rejection as part of you, as the cloth that you wear. You understand? And you must never give up. You must never give up. You will always succeed. Where we miss it is the definition of success. So people have different definitions of success. Some people may succeed. They don't know they succeeded. My father, if you ask my father today, he will tell you he died a poor man because he didn't buy a private jet or because he didn't build a house in Lekki. He will tell you he died a poor man. But I think my father was phenomenally wealthy because he has 5 children who all have 2 degrees. I guess who are all doing very well. His wealth is his children. I think now. So yeah. A salesperson must define his own success. My success, Joseph Edgar, the salesperson, is defined by the number of people I touch. No life I can save in this country, on the continent. That's my definition of success. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Edgar, the Duke of Shomolu. Thank you very much for that energetic presentation. I could literally feel every word, like the energy, the passion, the drive. Thank you very much. I have just one question. And I do hope so. To all
And I have
our
one.
attenders. Oh, okay, you have another one. Okay, great. So to all our attenders, if you have any question for any of our panelists or any of our speakers, please just use the Q&A section you have right there on your screen. Drop it, and we are going to push it out to whoever it is for. All right, let me allow Mr. Success to ask this question.
All right, Mr. Edgar, we are working on the next phase of our project, for instance, the African Leadership and Economic Summit. The first phase was for 3 years, and the next phase is for another 3 years. So the first was focused on creating a platform, a conference platform where people can be inspired, will change mindset and all that. And the next step is to raise a lot of money to start empowering people. Like you rightly said, it's not time to wait for government anymore. I think they've done their bit. It's time for us to do the rest. They are struggling with a lot of things, insecurity, unemployment, and all that. So creating opportunities is, I mean, we can't sit down and be waiting for them. So we have a private-led initiative to raise money ourselves so that we can be able to empower people. So what strategies should we adopt? What should we tell the corporate, the philanthropists, what can get their interest to invest in youth-led initiatives?
Your value, am I okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, you
Your
are.
value, okay, brilliant.
Yes.
Your value proposition has to be very clear. You understand? Your value has to be very clear and distinct. You get so there's a differentiation. Now, there are so many people doing what you're trying to do right now. So many initiatives, so many platforms now, just everywhere. Yeah. So, but what will make your own initiative stand clear that will attract that kind of thing is the value proposition. The value proposition has to be very strong. It has to latch on. So you have to do a lot of background research. You have to do a lot of background work. So you're not going to go and meet a corporate organization whose CSR or whose vision, whose focus is on, for example, polio. And you're not going to start talking this emancipation to them. They're not going to listen to you. Are you getting me now? So you have to do a background check to see which corporate organization, which HNI, which philanthropist, are you getting me now, is beginning to share the same vision as you are. So you can speak the same language. Make life easier for both of you. Are you getting me now? So let's just be the case of budget or the case of capacity, but not the case of I don't understand you. In the case of, oh, sorry, I'm not doing. You get. So, for example, you have a telco whose vision is to remodel primary schools. That's all they do. They don't do anything else. So no matter how strong your value vision is, no matter how clear it is, no matter how perfect you are as a salesperson, you're not going to latch on because it's not company policy. You get me? And just at that level, I'm not taking based on emotions. So you have to, apart from getting your VP very clear, you also have to do your homework to know which target to go and meet. And then when you have identified those targets, then the skills, your skill set as a salesperson that comes into play. And getting how do you engage, how do you corral, how do you profile them, and getting how do you cold call, and how do you make sure that you are not an irritant or whatever, and get them to buy, and not only just buy very deeply into the vision. Are you getting me now? So because of the way things are in the continent right now, yes, so there are lots of these kinds of initiatives because Africans are themselves are very, very aggressive people. You know, you don't want to sit down. That's why I find suicide rate very low compared to other parts of the country. So when somebody hits you, you stand up. Yeah, and then once one person has stood up and done something, everybody wants to replicate. Yeah. So you see a lot of initiatives like this all over the place. You know, but as time goes on, the men with very vulnerable voice, yeah, those with strong foundations, those with clarity of thought, those with very good voice positions will start them. And I believe that you guys are on the right path.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph, for that answer. So we have another question right here. So one of the attenders has said that, please talk to us on how to market easily amidst students. How to make marketing easy amidst students. What would you give to us as the secret to that?
Market, what do you mean amidst students?
Like, say if your target audience or your market students, how do you market them easily? You know, a lot of students these days would like to say, oh, we don't have money so something like that.
Yeah, so it depends on what you're selling now. So if you're selling a BMW, you will go to the market today.
True.
It depends on what you're selling. So first of all, students belong to the market we want to call compulsive market. So there's a market that they buy without thinking, they buy without thinking, they buy without thinking. Are you getting me now? So when you want to sell, you have to sell products. Are you getting me now? That key to that. Anything outside of that, it can't work. So I have a young girl who works in an oil company, and during this lockdown, she was home doing nothing. You understand? And the meetings on Zoom, so she got bored. And then she now said to me, I said, look, Edgar, I'm start selling jeans. I told you my own start selling. Don't start selling jeans. Selling you jeans. This one is selling all the bad and down, all this stuff. Okay. Can't tell you how much do you buy the jeans? So you buy the jeans for 1,500 naira, 2,000 naira, just sell for 3,500. I'm 51 years old. I can't remember when last I bought jeans of 1,000 naira. I don't even know this kind of thing exist anymore. You understand? So I said, okay, let me see this America one down. So she went. She said, give me 20,000 naira. I got 20,000 naira. She bought 18 pairs. Went on Instagram and put the post there. She wore the jeans herself, snap herself, put on Instagram. She sold the 18 pairs in 2 days. You get? Went back again, bought again. From that 19,000 naira, that business got 500 and something thousand naira. Today, in 3 weeks, she has sold exactly 340 pairs of jeans. All the sales people in Yaba, they bring the jeans to her at home now. So what has she done now? She has identified a market, she has identified a product for the compulsive market. A market that will not think. I like it, I will buy it, and the pricing is right. So rather than the young girl go to Yaba and bend down with all of the stigma that comes with it, you get, she has that thing delivered to her in her house on a bike. So she goes on the internet, on the Instagram, and places her order. Are you seeing now? So she has discovered, she's not discovered that my market exists, that market is there. But she's able to say, okay, no something, I can serve as a bridge using technology. Again, to move from the position of supply to feed the position of demand. So that's where students thing is. So the things that interest students, very simple, very straightforward. Music, fashion, sorry, sex. You guys, even educational material doesn't really disturb them. So if they are not selling any of those products, it will be a hard sell. Naturally, it will be a hard sell. If you go to the student and say you want to sell BP machine, BP measuring machine, you should not be looking at it. Are you getting me now? So for that population, the product is very key. That's the first step before any other thing. What are you taking to them? You get any other thing outside of that, I'm not interested.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure that the person who asked that question has gotten the answer. Sell products that meet the needs of your target audience. Simple. One last question for you, sir, before you leave. So one of the participants says, thank you for your practical presentation. My question is, at any time one's spirit is low due to unpleasant results, what should be the pushing force to rise up and work? And the above is for Duke.
Everybody, so for me, it's like a super, everybody gets your own. You get, for me, when I get rejected, which happens every day, I've rejected like 12 times today now. I go into my daughter's bedroom, my 11-year-old daughter, and I look at her sleeping so peaceful. And I say to myself, this child must have a future. This is the last thing I do in this world. This child did not do anything wrong by being brought to this world by me. I cannot fail her. There's a social contract between me and her. Are you getting me now? That will inspire me. I will stand up and run again. Are you getting me now? When I was earning 4 million naira a month as an investment banker, I was living in the little Gavilo, I was living in the 750,000 naira house per annum. Today, I don't have work. I'm living in a 4.5 million naira house. I don't work. Because every morning I know that if I don't move, nothing moves. Are you getting me now? So you as a human being, you can feel low at times. It's normal to feel low. In fact, at times it's normal to cry. Me, I used to cry at times when I get to rejection. But you must always, like the beetle, bounce back. You can't crush the beetle. This is Nigeria. This is Lagos. You get me now? You can't be the last. You will stand up. You will move, and you will find a market. Nobody who has made it in this country got it cheap. Go and ask them. Tony Lumelu, Makadenuga, they have suffered. They have suffered more than you have suffered. My father used to cry when he lost his job. My father, he has died now. He used to cry. Oh, I lost his job. Oh, I lost his job. He has cried. Hey, he's lost his 504. He's lost his 504. One day I called the man during that June 12th period. I said, my brother, have you lost more than Abiola? MK Abiola lost the election after spending millions, lost his freedom, lost his businesses. Finally, that day I have not died though. It was his intention. Finally lost his life. You just lost your job. You're quickly work and you are crying. You understand me now? What did you lose? That's what I learned. I confirmed my father to MK Abiola. I get it now. Sarah Group today, I'm sure you guys have heard of Sarah Group. One of the biggest indigenous oil companies in the country. I get it now. Those boys are fabulously rich. My friend. They lost everything in one day. The Abacha government canceled their contracts. Everything came down in one day. They sat on the floor of their office. They didn't even own the chair they were sitting on. I get it now. They didn't give up. They bounced back. I don't understand like a motivational speaker. I don't like this people. I like to be very practical. But at times I discuss this question. You get today now, see that company. I get it now. So when you ask yourself, what excuse you give yourself for going low? No, you can go low, but you must bounce back very quickly. That is not for the soft. This country is so hard for soft people. You have to strengthen yourself and move. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Edgar. I love the part of sounding it loud that you are the Duke of Shomolu.
Yes,
thank you
Duke
so much. Thank you so much for that.
Do you know Shomolu?
Yes, I do.
God bless you. God bless you.
I know Shomolu in Lagos. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. All right. It's been an amazing time with Mr. Joseph Edgar. Thank you so much. See, you know what? If you're in this Zoom meeting, if you are attending this event, trust me, there is no excuse for you to fail. You have just heard it from Mr. Joseph. No one has it easy. Even those you look at, those we look up to, everyone's got a story, all right? Our stories are just different and they are just peculiar to us. So whenever you are down, when you feel like, you know what, I can push again, please find the strength inside of you to just go again one more time. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. It's been an amazing conversation with you. We love you and we love the entire people of Shomolu. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So right about now, we're going to jump into the panel session, which is always an interesting session. Yesterday's panel session was really, really amazing. It was mind-blowing. It was eye-opening. Today is not going to be an exception because we have four fantastic panelists, and we are going to be talking about finding new opportunities during and after the pandemic. I'm sure a lot of people are waiting to know, how, you know what, how do we navigate? Once this time is over, how do we, you know, begin to step our foot again on the right track? How do we go about it? Right now, the pandemic is still on, and by God's grace, when the pandemic is over, So to be on this panel with me is Lele Bade. Lele Bade from Business Day Media. Also, Mos Urumta, founder, Ideapreneur. Also on the panel is Linda Oshugba, and also Ruth Ibe. Ruth Ibe. These four people are fantastic people doing exceptionally well in their various industries, and it's my pleasure to bring to you these four fantastic, amazing, super amazing people. All right, so who are these people that you will be listening to today? In no particular order. Linda Ochugba is an SME specialist and a digital sales manager at Business Day Media Limited. She is a highly motivated, innovative, and self-driven person, making sure all results are achieved and at the right time. She has a strong policy that whatever is what doing very well. Linda is she's excellent at interpersonal, time management, analytics, client management, and administrative skills, which she uses to develop dealings with different people in different industries. It's an honor to have Linda Ochiba. And I need to also put it again that Linda has been the host since yesterday. She started this morning, and trust me, she did an amazing, super amazing job. Thank you very much for being with us, Linda. Also on the panel is Mos Urumta. Mos Urumta is the founder of Ideapreneur. He's got over 12 years experience in information technology, software development, social enterprise, business development across the corporate industry, telecommunication, agriculture, health, manufacturing, retail, and media. He is an innovator, a speaker, and a thinker. He has immensely contributed to over 100 business startups in over 16 countries across Africa and Asia, helping entrepreneurs and growing businesses. He ardently believes in people and ideas. Noteworthy to also say that at some point, he furthered his knowledge in business and ICT as a result of his passion towards the field when he went to India. He's bagged a double master's degree and working towards his doctorate. Amazing feat, I must say. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Moss. I hope all of my panelists are getting ready. So just immediately you hear me mention your name, be ready to come on because we are going to be showing here together. Also on the panel is another amazing young woman, beautiful young woman, Ruth Ibe. Ruth Ibe has over 10 years experience as a business analyst and strategist in the banking sector. She is a former economic analyst at one of the premier media house in Nigeria. Ruth Ibe is the project secretary of the Africa Youth Leadership and Economic Summit. She doubles as an entrepreneur who is very passionate about seeing young people succeed in business. She believes in a strong dogma of getting things done without excuses. And she is here also with us. Amazing. I mean, I love the set of people we have here because these are go-getters. These are people that believe that, see, you know what? No matter what happens, you just have to make it. No matter what happens, you just have to succeed. And last but not the least, of course, not the least, is Lele Bade. She is a professional with experience in organizational media, strategy, communication, development, strategic partnerships, and multimedia journalism. She holds a BA in communication from the University of Waterloo in Canada and a master's degree in international marketing strategy from the University of Nottingham in United Kingdom. She speaks French and English fluently. I hope she's going to communicate with us in French.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. If some of us are going to understand that. Thank you very much for joining us, Lele. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
All my panelists, please, can you show your face, please? Can you come put on your mic, unmute your mic, show your faces because we really want to see your face. Please, I want the admin from backend to please display all of their faces while we go right into the conversation of today. So talking about, you know, finding opportunities, new opportunities during and after the pandemic. I think I want to begin the conversation from the fact that where exactly do we see us going as a country? I won't direct this to anyone particularly, but I would like to hear from everyone's point of view. Like, this is where we are now. Can you give us a projection of where we are going as a country for young entrepreneurs, for students, for people in policy, in government? Where do you think we are going as a country, going by everything that's been happening? Because of course, no one foresaw this. I'm sure like 2 or 3 years ago, we didn't see it coming that, oh, in 2020, COVID is going to happen, and just somehow things are going to be on a pause, right? So I've heard a lot of people saying that, what, COVID is not happening to me. COVID is happening for me. A lot of people have been making, having opportunities out of this. But then let's have your projection as a thought leader. Where do you think we are going as a country? So I think I'm going to have Mr. Moss Rumta answer this first. He's the only man on the panel. So let's do him that honor of going first.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here today. Thank you, AYLES. You're doing a great thing. And I'm happy that I tuned in at the right time. I've been loaded. I actually started just after the very start. So where are we going today? There will be a whole lot of innovation. And even me, I've started renovating myself. There's a point where you need to innovate on an innovation. Yeah, innovate on an innovation. Now, we're going to see a whole lot of entrepreneurs that will emerge because we will have to look inwards for our local problems. We are not going to keep looking outwards for solutions now. We will need to now begin to invent local solutions for local problems. And those who can do that are those who are the winners. But if you can't do that, of course, you'll be at the mercy of others. So there's going to be a fast innovation, there's going to be speed because there is a change, and it has to do with people who are ready to change. And it's going to affect the job market, it's going to affect the entrepreneurship sector. I mean, it's going to affect the government, because there is little money to go around. So people will just have to innovate. I think because at a time like this, it's like war, and during war, what happens is that what matters is your protection, you first. So people are going to be keeping to themselves more. And again, when you're on the streets, things will always happen on the streets. Yes, we need to beware. There's going to be a whole lot of several things that looks like an opportunity. Yeah, because you'll be looking at the fast money makers here. So I like to tell people that are listening out there that you should be careful. You should work yourself. Don't work yourself in a day. Don't work yourself in a day, and just stick to your guns, learn a skill, and then be a freelance, because freelance will be the big thing.
Great. Thank you very much. Linda, I see you smiling. Shows me you are ready to take it up from there. So let's have your projection. Where do we go from?
For the past 3 months since March, I have been thinking, and it has actually come to my mindset. So sometimes I have discussion with Success or some of my friends, and I say we lack people who can think. So you have people who want to just go to work and do the normal thing they've been sent to do. So like they said I should do this, so that's what I'm doing. But COVID has changed everything. So they said you should come to work before, and this is what they say you should do. But now you can't go to work, but they expect that you should work and that you should deliver. And they don't want stories or excuses, and you have to deliver. I see that the world is going to totally change. So we're in a case of two things. I tell people every time I have different series I have online saying, whether you're a business person, whether you are a young person, whatever age you are, we are in a case of this is war. Like, Charles has said, it's either you evolve or you die. And it's a case of survival of the fittest. And in this survival, which he talked about skills, the things that are happening now, most people never dreamt of it. We never saw it. Even as at February, when I was talking to my boss, I was like, I have a bad feeling this will come. But we didn't expect that to have this huge impact. The world is going to change so fast that it's going to leave so many people behind. And when it leaves you behind, it's not going to come back for you, which means that you're either doing a chasing up, or like trying to catch up with people that have gone. And what will be the difference between you and those people that have left you behind will be the skills, the information you have. So what have you read? What have you learned? What new skills have you acquired in these 3 months that will make you extremely more important or marketable than the others? If you don't have these things, you will not move with time. And the thing also about the fast changes that we are having now is that I can't even tell you what it's going to be like in the next 3 months. So I was talking to someone a few days ago and I was asking her that I need an intern. And she says, hey, hi, ma. All the interns say they don't want to come to the office. They don't want to have any physical meeting. They want to work from home. And I was shocked. Now, I really do not necessarily need them to come every day to the office, but at least I need to see you once or twice and then tell you. But the world is changing really fast. And they're like, I can deliver what I have to deliver at home. I have the skills. Do I have the laptop? Yes. So it's going to be, do you have the skills? Do you have the network? Do you have the people? And do you have what it takes? So you have to have the good apps, the good laptop, the things you need to make this happen. If you do not have all those things, this change is going to move so fast and leave you behind. So for people, they think this is just the beginning. Like this is it. I tell them we haven't seen anything yet. Like this is just the starting point. This change is going to happen much more, and even faster than we can imagine. And you need to constantly move with it.
Thank you very much, Linda. I mean, this is thought-provoking. Like you mentioned, that we really do not have a lot of people that think, but I'm sure that those ones in this particular event are the people that belong to the set of thinkers. And just like you have dropped your thought-provoking contribution, I'm sure that after today, a lot of people will begin to reflect and think. Moss said it, Linda said it, this is what. Let me listen to Ruth and have a projection. Let's see if she's also going to say this is what. Take it up.
Good day, yeah. Good to be here. I've been so enriched since listening to the program. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. There's so much impact of this COVID. So there has to be a kind of change. Of course, there's change everywhere. The government is responding by bringing stimulus packages, bringing all sorts of intervention funds. Individual businesses are crashing. So people are trying to, in fact, I have 3 words that help me to, that like say the impact of this COVID. It says thrive. You need to first of all thrive in the midst of this COVID. You need to look at how to restore, and you need to look at how to change. Like changes are everywhere. In this current era, we're all going digital. So digitalization is a buzzword. So everybody needs to get one form of knowledge or the other to become digital. Because at some point, we were all at home, there was no movement. So people were stuck. So it's either you're just at home doing nothing, and of course you earn nothing when you do nothing, or you are changing, you are evolving with the times, you are hooking up to digital means and moving forward, even in the midst of the pandemic. So it's a change era. Everybody is adjusting in one way or the other. Life will never be the same. That's my take. Everything is changing and we're moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ruth. I'm going to come back to some of the points you mentioned, but right now let me move to Lele. Lele, are you there?
Yes, sorry, I'm here.
Right.
I'm unable to turn on my camera at the moment, so I hope you guys can understand and forgive me for that.
All right.
Yeah. So I mean, it's been interesting listening to everybody, and for me particularly, as a media professional, like you mentioned, I'm from Senegal, but I live and work in Nigeria. I'm actually Linda's colleague. We both work at Business Day, and as she mentioned, we see nobody really expected these kind of changes, and particularly for me, I've had to do a couple of interviews with different entrepreneurs that are essentially trying to navigate through this crisis. I have a show called Scaling Through the Crisis. Essentially, we speak to entrepreneurs and startup founders and just ask them really how they're doing in this crisis. And across board, I see that it's really not easy for many businesses, specifically in the Nigerian ecosystem, because a lot of SMEs and a lot of business owners have to essentially be their own governments. They have to essentially be, they have to provide their own light. They have to raise their own funds. And some of them don't even have access to funding at the moment. And also, the shift in how people are working. As Linda mentioned, nobody now wants to go into the office. People want to work from home. And for people to be able to work from home, you have to enable them with tools and resources to do that. So it's I think across board, it's definitely been difficult. And for me, although on the show that I have, while we see that people are suffering and businesses are having a hard time scaling, it's been interesting because I have spoken to business owners who have been able to raise significant amounts of finance within this COVID-19 period. Now, granted, they probably started these fundraising efforts before the COVID-19, and perhaps by faith or by some great measure, it's materialized within COVID-19. So I do think it's a two-edged sword in the sense that, yes, there is difficulty, with adjusting to the new climate, but then there are also people who are essentially scaling through this crisis and trying to find opportunity in crisis. So I think that's what I have to say for now.
Great. Thank you very much for that submission. Of course, that was a good one. So back to Mr. Moss, when you were talking about your projections the other time, you mentioned that this is the time where even you are innovating your innovation, right? So the part where you're beginning to work on an already existing idea or an already existing business, you're amplifying it, working on it, and making it better. Would you be nice enough, sir, to share with us these things you're doing to innovate your innovation? Like, I really love that part because, yes, truly, there is nothing new on earth. Everyone, is innovating, evolving, keep bringing on new things. So you want to share with us, how are you doing these things? How have you been doing it? Tell us specifically, what are you doing to innovate your innovation?
Wow. Right, thank you very much. So this is it. Now, we sell innovation. And for those who sell innovation, you know that it's a hard sell. It's a hard sell in countries like this, selling innovation. Who cares? People want to survive. So innovation we sell here is that my organization offers 10 programs, and our clients, listen, our direct clients are schools. Now, the schools have to be in session for us to make money. So if the school is not in session, it means no money for us. And you can see our case. So it means we probably will go the next 4 months now and more to come without any revenue. So what we needed to do was to put into the e-learning space. Now, before that, we had, say, 10 of our courses were just e-learning, and 90% were physical trainings that you need to do by engaging physically in the classroom. So we have to put 100% and beyond into e-learning space. Now, because the school is not in section, this can reach the parents. The parents, directly from their home, they can engage their kids on our platform without a school. So that is one thing we had to do. Now, second thing we had to do also was we had to use consultants. Now, we use consultants because we know that consultants have their own influence. They have their network. So instead of us, the marketers that we put on the streets, the marketers will go to the school to knock on their doors. Who can't do that anymore? Would now, transfer that graces to consultants, e-learning consultants who can sit at home and use their network to sell our programs. Have we been successful? Yes. We have made more impact. Before COVID-19, we had only reached 3,000 students. Say 3,000 to 5,000. During COVID-19, we have reached over 20,000. Over 20,000 students we have reached, and we are still counting. So we sell innovation. And in this case, we needed to innovate on that innovation. So whoever is listening to me right now, you need to look at your game and innovate on it. It's either you're innovating on the product, or you are innovating on your market, or you're innovating on your sales, or you're innovating on your human resources. You just have to innovate something that is already, that you already have, that is existing in this situation that we find ourselves. And of course, that's when you get results.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, sir. So I'm going to turn it to Linda right now. The other time also, when you were speaking, you mentioned that this is a time where skills are the main thing. Skills are going to differentiate you. I mean, it's not just about, going to the office, showing up, doing what you have been asked to do. This is the time for you to go to the extra mile. You want to share with us, ma'am, those skills that would, put you always in the marketplace, those skills that would not make you run out of maybe things to do or even the job. You want to share with us, please?
So thank you very much, Mary. So if you listen to Chukwuma yesterday, he talked about having passion and some entrepreneurial skills, which means, so you hear some people say, when I start my own business, I will do it like this, or I will run it this way, or I will add this. And then they run the job that they have on the hand right now haphazardly because it's not their own. So I tell people, if you cannot really do, so it's not really about a business, because if you can really do what you're doing here well now, when you now start your own business, you already know what it is to wake up early, what it is to think, what it is to manage a business, manage funds, manage resources, manage people, manage experience, manage customers, manage complaint, and still not lose your head. Those skills are really very important. But when I speak with young people most times, and then they say, oh, I don't have a job, I don't know what to do. The first question I ask them is, do you have a phone? And they say, yes. I said, okay. Do you have social media handles? They say, yes, they have. And I'm like, okay, so what do you do on your social media page? I just post pictures and videos here and there. And people like my pictures. And I'm like, okay, so people are making money on social media and you are busy posting. Now, the people that own social media, of course, the platforms are making money. That's on the side. But there are some people who use their social media handles to do business and they make money. And so I asked them, what do you like to do? Some say, I like to sing, I like to dance, I like to cook. And I'm like, okay, you're waiting for someone to come and give you funds to have a cooking show. And then they ask you, have you done any of this before? You say, yes. Show me something you don't have. And like, you're not ready for business. So first of all, I tell people, use what you have in your hands first before you can now start looking for something else. So you like to cook. Set up a cooking page on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Maybe Twitter, not really, but Facebook and Instagram, yes. Post every day or every other day pictures of different recipes that you have made. Now, when you post the picture, post the video, tag and say, oh, I made this. If you do like this, that's a start. Now, when you have done that consistently, and I tell people, it's not really about what you do, it's about how you do it. And I'm saying consistently, which means you probably have to do that thing for like 2 years to 5 years. So you need to start. I tell people, just start. It doesn't have to be perfect in the initial state, but as you go, it gets better. Now, you do it for 2 to 5 years. You begin to tag people that have your products, so the oil company, the seasoning companies and all that. Then you need to start tagging some people that are also doing food. They will not say, oh, let's bring you on board, let's partner with you. Now partnership comes in, networking comes in, and then you have something to show. So I want to tell people out there, especially the young people, what people are going to need now is the online skills. Can you manage social media handles? Can you write? Can you caption? Can you write things properly? And I think the major thing about these aspects are, can you think? Can you be creative? Can you be innovative? Can you change the game? So we've been painting it red. Can you paint it blue and explain why? So I tell people, I want you to do this right. But you can challenge me and say, oh, let's try it this way. If we try it this way, and I'm like, why not? we try it works, we stick with your plan. We try it doesn't work, we have learned that this way doesn't work, and then we go back to it. But in making changes and being creative and innovative, you will make mistakes, and people are afraid of making mistakes. People are afraid, oh, I've never done video before, if I do it, people might laugh. They will laugh, yes, it's fine, who cares? But then you have started, you have made your mistakes, and you have learned. I also tell people that one important thing that is going to happen now are video skills. So every meeting now, it's either on Microsoft Team, webinar, Zoom call, Instagram live, Facebook live, everything is, so you need to know, how do you compose yourself, how do you talk, how, when, your facial expressions, are you smiling, are you laughing? These skills are skills that you cannot run away from, even if you don't want to do IG live. The time is coming where the meetings are always going to be online, and it's video meetings, and there's nothing you can do about it. Do you have the right phones? Do you have the right apps? Can you learn how to make graphic designs and pictures and videos and put them together? Those skills are the skills that we're going to need in the next 5, I'm taking of now to the next 5 years, except something else more important or better comes out. But these things are the things that young people will need, and that will help them to be better at it. Now, I want to also advise them that in every crisis like we have now and issues, they shouldn't see the problems. They should see the opportunities that it has created. Some people have grown their Instagram pages and are making millions of naira sitting at home, while some people are complaining and following them and laughing. I always like to use MC Macaroni as an example. This lockdown has made him even blow bigger, and people watch him every week and they're laughing, but he takes his time, he creates the video, he finds out what's happening, he's putting in efforts, but people watch him and they're happy, they're laughing, and his viewership is going, and some people are already paying him, and you're still watching him. But that's good. I tell people, not everyone will see the opportunities and learn, but then some people will take it and they will run. Thank you very much, Mary.
Thank you very much, Linda. Another thought-provoking line of conversation. Thank you very much. Uh, See, as Linda said, right now you really cannot miss it. You can't miss the digital part, because the world is going digital. Trust me. And in fact, we're even able to do a kind of event like this thanks to digital. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it to Ruth now, and I'm going to paint a scenario. So, Ruth, there's this conversation I had some time ago with someone, and it's the case of a husband and a wife being teachers. So both of them were teachers before the lockdown, and now that COVID happened, the both of them were out of job unexpectedly. These are parents. These people have families. What would you prefer as a thought leader, or what would you give as an advice for somebody like that? Because I know a lot of people, this thing happened and a lot of people didn't expect it. What would you tell that 9 to 5 person or that working class person that as a result of this is out of job? What advice can you give? What solution can you prefer to that person? So before you take it up, I need to do a quick shout out to all of our viewers on YouTube. I just learned that our YouTube channel is on fire. Guys, we love you, and we are throwing you kisses and blowing you kisses from there. I hope you're enjoying every line of conversation. I'm going to be checking in there in a bit, and I'm going to be bringing the questions, the comments. I'm going to be bringing it and reading it out so that everybody can get to hear it. So Ruth, back to you, ma'am. What really would you prefer as a solution?
Okay, thank you very much for that very interesting question. As a matter of fact, I tell people that when there's a will, there's a way. So once you've made, of course, as a teacher, husband and wife, is a lockdown, you can't go to school. Schools are not even paying these days, or maybe they pay you half pay. And then you have responsibilities. You have children to take care of. You have your elderly ones that are depending on you. You have to find a way. You cannot say, oh, I'm not earning this period, so life stops. You're going to eat. You can't survive without eating. So as a teacher, what do you do? As a couple that is a teacher, I tell people too, there is no such thing as, oh, I'm a banker, so I'm stuck as a banker. No, I can become a cleaner. I can become as many things as I want to be. So as a teacher, at this time, your skills are not needed. you can even use that same skills to like innovate on it. Moss talked about innovation, innovating the innovation. Yeah. So as a teacher, he said he had a tool that was reaching people in classrooms that was even like, they were reaching about 3,000 people, but now they were able to make it digital and they are going up to 20,000 people. So yes, as a teacher, you could create something. My children, for instance, were having online classes. Their teachers were coming. There's nothing saying that you as a parent, there's nothing that says that you as a parent will have to depend on your school. You can come up with ideas, gather friends together and say, hey, I'm teaching online. Your kids are at home, they're disturbing you. Can you hook them up online and I do some classes for them just for a little token? You will be earning something from there. You could also innovate into other businesses. You're not stuck with teaching, but of course, going online with your teaching will give you great mileage. But you can also look at the areas that were operational even in this lockdown. For instance, food business. I had somebody that is a banker. Yes, she's a banker. But this period where we were all at home, some aspects of banks were not working, some departments. So she had to gather some money and she ordered for food from the northern part of Nigeria, and it came down to Lagos here, and she made some good funds, like profits from it. So you can get funds from anywhere. Like I said earlier, there are many institutions now that are giving out loans, giving out money to SMEs and all that. You don't have to have all the experience. For heaven's sake, people eat food all the time. There are other areas. The other day too, I was just moving out and somebody stopped me on the way and said, please, oh, I clean, I can go to the market, I do all sorts. So there are innovative ideas we can come up with at this period. There's nothing that writes anything on our faces and say, oh, this is your profession, you have to stick to it. If at some point you're having a hitch in that area, of course, you either innovate and improve that area, or you look for other areas that will complement what you're already doing or what you already have. So I believe that even as parents that are full-time teachers, and there's this lockdown where schools are not in operation, they must do something to still make ends meet and to improve their person and to grow their self-worth. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ruth. So one more question is going to go around and then we bring this to a close because we really need to keep to time. However, my guys on YouTube, I see you guys. You all are so vibrant. It feels like you're here with us on Zoom. Muiwa Deniro says is watching from Anambra State. Thank you very much. It's great to have you. Ukoa Ukoa, you say there is hope for Africa, which with this assemblance of the area of Galaxy of Stars, of course, there is a whole lot of hope. Okuselesele, I see you. Jumoke Olarinde, thank you very much for joining. Ukoa also says that we're enjoying the conversation and is highly inspired. Thank you very much. I just need to pay homage to you all so that you will know that we are definitely with you. Thank you. Lele, so let's come back to you, ma'am. So what would be your word of advice to everyone or to anyone who is currently finding that stability path, who is currently in that path where it's looking like the business is going down, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to
I mean, I think that's a very valid question. So with full disclosure, I'm not a business owner, although I do work in a business financial newspaper, and I do speak to entrepreneurs. So I'm not an expert when it comes to giving business advice, but I can definitely tell you, I can definitely speak on what I've learned from the entrepreneurs that I've been speaking to. So I think from obviously we all know that COVID-19, hit a lot of us and we didn't expect it to come. And entrepreneurs, I think the advice that I would give is that you have to be willing to think outside of the box and you have to be willing to be innovative. So for example, let's say that, you're used to receiving customers, at your space, but because of social distancing, and government regulations, you can't do that right now. You have to think outside the box. Okay, so who are my customers? How can I reach them? Can I deliver these things, these goods or products to them? Can I have Zoom calls instead of physical calls? And I would also say that, you know, maintaining a good mental health during this time is extremely important, because if people's mental health is not right, then it prohibits them from, you know, from leading their companies and doing and making the right decisions. So I think that, you know, ensuring that, you know, as silly as this sounds, you know, ensuring that people are exercising and people are eating well, because once you feel good, then you're able to, you know, to lead your business in whatever way. I also think that this is like a great time for partnerships. So reaching out to fellow entrepreneurs, you know, joining entrepreneurial groups that are specific to what you're trying to achieve, because interestingly enough, you know, most businesses are facing similar issues. So, you know, joining, I know a bunch of groups that are specific to SMEs and entrepreneurs, such as AGS Tribe, and a bunch of others, where you know, it's a community of like-minded individuals, and you actually end up doing a lot of business within those groups. So joining groups so that you're not working idle, and you're not working just by, you know, in the silos, that you're working with other groups as well. And also, you know, as simple as this might be, you know, I think having faith is also a very important component of all of this. In all the interviews that I've had with about 15 startup founders and entrepreneurs, that some have raised, you know, $20 million, $15 million, you know, to scale their business. Each and every person has said that faith has been an important component in their success stories and their ability to scale and to, you know, get through this crisis. So I think a combination of having faith, you know, being innovative and being willing to think outside the box, as well as reaching out for help and trying to form partnerships. I think that would be what I would have to say on that. On that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you
welcome.
very much.
Welcome.
Yep. Let's have Mr. Moss. Moss, please tell us what your word of advice would be in, say, 2-3 lines. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, if Moss is not available, let me push it to Linda. I'm sure he's going to join us again.
Okay, so you will give me 2 or 3 minutes to just run quickly some of the thoughts. So I'll just share a few of things that, so I've been reading a lot of books this lockdown, and I would just like to advise some people. So number one, people need to find time to detach themselves from their phones. So the question is, are you making money on your phone, or are you losing money? So when I say losing money, I mean in terms of your time, in terms of your data. What exactly are you doing on your phone? You need to check that. So find time to take time off your phone and think, right? Concentrate on something and have a notepad by your bedside and a pen where you can write things that you've been thinking of that you think you cannot do, but you just need to start. Number two, make out time, as I said, to think. So you're writing and you're thinking while you're doing that. Create a think time calendar. So we function differently, right? So sometimes some people function best in the morning, some function best in the evening, some function best just before they sleep. So find out the best time that works for you. For me, I function best in the morning. I don't want to touch my phone. I don't take any call. I want to think. I want to take a walk. And then I want to write down what I'm thinking that I think I can do. Now, you need to build people around you that will help you think. I tell people, some people are bad energy. They will suck out the remaining things that you want to do. Everything you tell them, they will say is bad. It can never work. Run from such people. And then find people around you that will help you, that can think with you, that can see the possibilities in those things. Please keep them close. They will help you achieve your vision. Then move on to having this time for, so you can decide what time you want to think with this person, just so that you're not also disturbing the person's calendar. And then I tell people that something that's helped me a lot, especially this lockdown, you feel like you are choked, you feel like it's affecting your mind and your psychological being, and that you can't just reason. If you can, in the morning or in the evening, take a walk. You don't have to run, don't have to jog, just walk. It helps you to think, because at that point in time, blood is flowing around your body and to your head. So you're thinking of ideas, you're thinking of stuff you can do, you're thinking of people you can talk with, you're thinking of people you can network with. It could be in the morning or evening. but make sure you find time. Could be 10, 15, 20 minutes or 30 minutes, but try to be consistent with it. Trust me, it works. Then there are 4 steps that will guide you in this innovation. Now, number 1, you need to write down all the ideas, which is the generation stage. Just put them down together. Number 2, after writing them down, you need to now think which of them will work. So that's the acceptance stage. Number 3, just implement. I tell people you don't have to have 10 billion naira. You can have 5K. Just open a page, start, tell people around it, post pictures, post videos. That's a start. You're already on the right track. And then number 4, you need to have good communication skills. So you need to listen, speak, and expand on it. Just listen to people that are in that line. Now speak with people that are also in that line that can help you. And every day you just keep expanding on it. And trust me, in the next 2 to 5 years, you're already there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, you had more than 2-3 lines. It was like 2100. Thank you very much, Linda. That was really such a robust.
Thank you, Mary. Mary, you know I asked for 2 minutes, so I thought you gave me.
I gave you 1 million minutes.
Thank you, Mary. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ruth, let's have you take it up and then you round it up for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. For me, I would say information is very key at this critical time. We all need to get informed, like know what's happening, know the trend that is selling, basically. What will, like one of our speakers said, that money actually grows on trees, but you will never know until you go out there to find the tree. So information is key. Even when you're not moving, we have online sources where we can do research. I also double as a researcher. So you can search Google for anything you want. What's the thriving investment at this time? What's happening in any area of where, any area you stay in? How can I overcome this? How can I? So if you seek information, you will get and you will be better for it. Even in terms of funding for businesses that are not doing so well, in terms of innovating on the kind of products you sell, how you go about selling, seek information, seek knowledge more than ever before. Is a computer age, and computer is all about information and knowledge. So just go out there. I would advise everybody, seek as much information that will help you become a better you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big thank you to all of my panelists. It's been an amazing time having this conversation with you on finding new opportunities during and after the pandemic. I'm sure everyone that's listening has been able to pick more than 1 or 2 things. Thank you very much to Ruth Ibe, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much to Linda Ochuba, to Mos Uromta, the only man on the panel. Thank you very much. And to Lele Bade, from Business Day. Thank you very much. You all have been amazing. It's been an amazing conversation. Thank you. Don't go because you still have to be around. Yep. So right about now, we are moving into the next. Oh, okay. We have someone here who says that we want the social media handles of all the speakers. Don't worry, we'll get it to you. You definitely get it. The social media handles of all of the speakers and the panelists, you definitely get it. And please, when you get it, do follow them and hook up with them on social media. You'll have a lot to learn. They are really resourceful people. Yeah, so we're going to go into the next thing on our agenda right now. It's going to be an amazing discussion also because it's one of the things that the panelists mentioned, the part of going digital. This is the time for digital. So to do this delivery is Sinari Daranijo, and he's going to be talking or speaking to us on creating digital jobs to bridge unemployment gap in Africa. Creating digital jobs to bridge unemployment gap in Africa. I'm sure he's ready for us. And then before it goes on now, I'll just read his profile so that we get to know who exactly is Mr. Sinari Daranijo. Okay, Mr. Sinari Daranijo is currently serving as the Chief Executive Officer of Symbol Groups of Companies, a group of SME entrepreneurial ventures and other investments, a consultancy company that specializes in training and manpower development, recruitment and outsourcing, e-learning, and business advisory. He is a member of the Nigerian Institute of Training and Development, Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce, Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Scale Entrepreneurs, a fellow at Nigerian Professional Security Association and Nigerian Institute of Safety Professionals in Nigeria. He's won several business awards and is an accomplished entrepreneur building several world-class companies. Tinari is a distinguished writer with 6 publications to his credit, with more to follow. He is a director at Contact Solutions Limited, a leading provider of contact center services and customer management solutions, where he brings his wealth of experience to the board. It's an honor to have you with us, Mr. Tinari. Thank you very much for being with us, sir. We are ready to learn from your wealth of experience. Noteworthy to also mention that he is a seasoned professional with over 24 years experience in diverse sectors such as telecommunications, safety and security, exploration and production, training and development. Over to you, sir. Thank you very much for coming. You can unmute your mic, sir. Great.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. It's so great to be with you. It's been an amazing time and it's been fantastic listening to all the speakers. I've learned quite a lot myself and, success, kudos to you and your team. You've been at this for a couple of years and I think you're getting there now. So thank you all. Basically, I was given a topic in an area that I have been invested in for some time, but now I'm fully interested in ensuring that we leverage on that platform to move us to the next level. Describing myself again, I am a multipreneur. I have some new words I'm coming up with today. I'm a multipreneur, I'm an investor, I'm a consultant, I'm a trainer, I'm a development leader. I'm passionate about the youth, and I'm very interested in ensuring that the next generation of youth in Africa take over the world. Now, what do we need to do that? I've heard so much from everybody, and I can see that basically the youths are waiting for the generation in front of them to hand over power to them. It's not going to happen. The power is already in your hands. You can see that. You own the internet platform, and that's the next level for any young person. Now, what does Africa have today? Africa has, all the statistics have been reeled out today, so I'm not going to go back to the numbers and the millions and all that. But basically, what does Africa have today? Africa has 2, 3 basic things. We have the most vibrant, young human resources in the world. That's one. 2, we have millions of acres of arable land. So we can actually feed the world. The food that the world will eat is dependent on Africa. What's the third thing? We have mineral resources even inside that land. We haven't even explored that yet. So as a young person, the thought should be, hey, these new devices I've got in my hand, what can I do with it? And also, I heard so much about unemployment. Look, your ability to earn transcends borders, as someone has said. That's 1. 2, all barriers have been broken. So 3, you are not looking for work in Nigeria or Africa. You are working in the world. So you need to clear your head on that. Trillions of dollars are being exchanged for goods and services all over the world. So as long as you're computer literate, you can speak, read, and write, and you have a telephone or PDA device with you, you're set to make money. So the topic that was given to me this morning is digitalizing and creating, how to digital, what's the topic again? Creating digital jobs to bridge the unemployment gap in Africa. So what have we done? So post-COVID-19, unemployment is going to rise. So the next pandemic we need to deal with is unemployment. It will even be bigger because you know what? Because it's affected the whole world. So all Nigerians in diaspora who are not solid and standing, this is the time when the entire foreign world will be looking at sending them back home. Because there will be issues going forward in coming back into the normal economy that was before pre-COVID. So first things we need a rapid mindset change. Every youth must decide to change the thinking. This dependency thing that you all have, you must take it out. Everything you need is in your hands. You must change that thinking. You must establish a connect with your environment. You must see that new technology has created new opportunities. Why, in previous days, why do you want to take over government? Why are you saying government is not doing anything for you? You are influencing government at the moment. The social media is so strong that if anything, I mean, look at what it has done in America. If not for social media and phones with cameras and mobile stuff, we would not have been able to record all these issues. All these things have been going on in America for 30, 40, 50 years. But technology has exposed everybody. Everyone is exposed. If the government lacks in an area, technology will expose them. Someone is going to launch this on the internet and everybody will see what happened. Live, with evidence. So what's stopping us? What's stopping us? So next step, so like I said, so what's been happening? During the COVID period, this allowed employers to realize that, wow, I do not need this many staff to deliver this volume. So what am I doing with all these people? I need to let them off. It's not your right to earn a salary. It's your right to add value. So employers have found out that it's easier to have been able to create more work, lower vacancies, and still make even more profit. Same thing for entrepreneurs who have been working at home. So we need to create a new kind of job seeker. We must be ready to learn new skills. We must be ready to take new risks. We must be outliers. We must be creators and innovators. And we must be ready to take responsibility for our financial survival. I'm saying this from experience. Recently, I have a factory, manufacturing factory. I produce cosmetics. And we employed a couple of people and I said, hey guys, here's products. We have outstanding debts from supermarkets and retailers. I need you to go out there and reconcile the debts and also ensure you make some sales. And the next thing they're saying, so how much is my salary? The days of salaries are almost over, if you want to know. You have to give the value to get the money. So the old unemployment rules are out for fixed salaries for time and labor, where you have to come in at 8 and leave at 5, whether you contribute or not, you get paid. Investors and employers are looking at reducing payroll liabilities and also to reduce overhead. I'm just telling you as it is. This is where we are in the world right now and in Africa. But there's so many opportunities for brand new jobs. You have to create them. Then you have to just create your next steps. So what are we talking about? Online, there's $1 trillion that's exchanged hands every day for goods and services. Where is Africa in this? Have we been able to access this platform profitably? Because indeed, platforms rule the world. You need to use social media profitably. Like, a lot of things have been said, can you cook, can you this? Just coming online and cooking your favorite F4, you will get followers. Before long, people will call you to come and deliver food for them. So what are you using social media for? Are you using it to take pictures of yourselves and posting? Someone said earlier that you don't need to spend 10 hours on your phone doing nothing. You should be making money every second on that thing. You got internet, you got the world to view you. What's going on? We need a mindset change. You will not be given leadership. I'll tell you that for free. No one is going to hand over leadership to you. You have the tool of technology to rise above current leadership right now. Social media has helped to expose a lot of hidden secrets. Right now, we cannot breathe in Africa, but you know what? You've got the tools to breathe. So, how do we intend to create digital jobs to bridge the unemployment gap? Primarily, I mean, just think, for those who have professions, doctors can now consult using telemedicine. Lawyers can now offer advice online. Companies can now hold boardrooms online. Imagine how many things can happen. Imagine the new businesses that transformed during this COVID period. Logistics exploded. People were already complaining that they banned the go-kart and all that. I didn't think that was a good means of transportation because it was destroying people's limbs. But guess what? What else could you have used those motorcycles for? It's come to pay. They're now being used for logistics, delivery, so we don't have to go everywhere. So you sit down, you create your product, someone else delivers it for you. So if there were 10,000 go-kart bikers moving people, from one point to the other, they can as well start to move goods and services. So the jobs are not lost. The jobs are still there, but you have to reconvert them. Just like everything we're doing, we just need to redesign them, and then we move to the next step. So future of work is digital now. What do we do? One of the major problems we have in Africa is also being able, before I continue, I would like to acknowledge some speakers who have spoken earlier. Mr. Kennedy spoke a lot about SMEs. I've always advocated that. How do we, use what we have in Africa? We've got a large population. We can exchange goods and services. There's some things that grow in this temperate region that don't grow out there. So why don't we exchange with Africa? Within Africa alone, there's a huge potential opportunity for us to thrive. But obviously, we also need the leadership to bring us together as one, which has been very difficult for obvious reasons that we know. But again, the youth can actually create their own platforms. How do you connect to the world? Easy, we're just doing that right now. From your room, from your bedroom, you're connecting to the world, aren't you? Everybody's connected. So what skills do you require to come onto this digital platform? Absolutely zero skills. You just need to be able to, you're already using your phone, you're sending WhatsApp messages, you're sending pictures, you're sending stuff. That's it. But you have to now stand back and think. So critical problem-solving skills, critical thinking, creativity, cognitive flexibility, social skills should be applied to your online skills. In the agri sector, there's so much on the value chain that you can do. In every sector. Like I said to someone, look, give me every industry and I'll create brand new jobs in every industry that will be unbelievable. There's so many new jobs, but it's just the dependency and the mindset that is a problem for us right now. So we need to get out of that mindset and begin to think, so how do I empower myself? I've got all the tools. I can sew, I can market my clothes, I can cook, I can market my food. In those days, when I started business, I lived in another generation. I exported brooms when I was 21 to England. I exported snails, I exported yams, everything I could lay my hands on. I just thought, look, if we could buy this for $5, then we could buy it for 20. And I just went on and did it. And then obviously there's so many zero to cash formats. So the first thing that blocks the view of every young person is, gosh, when am I going to find money? And everybody's looking for $20 million from day one. Where are you going to get that? I started a telecom and security company in 1991. And this company was advertising security solutions to the entire. So all the money I needed was money to advertise in Punch. All the money you need now is just to be able to go on your phone and set up a platform. So I put a 10,000 advertisement in Punch and say, I do fire extinguishers, door entry systems, blah, blah, blah. And people begin to phone. I want this, I want that. One day, someone called and said they needed 500 fire extinguishers. And I said, yes, we have it, we can deliver. And my staff with them, I said, okay, are you sure? I said, we will deliver, don't worry, what's your problem? And then, they kept going on and they said we should send an invoice, we sent an invoice, and then they approved it and they sent someone to our office to inspect our office. And they said, they needed to know if I said, yes, we have a warehouse somewhere. Guess where my warehouse was? My warehouse was in Alaba markets because there were lots of traders there who were importing fire extinguishers and did not have the connect to sell to the world. I'd contacted a few of them and I said, hey guys, just keep my stock in there. I didn't use a penny. And I got that delivery done from Alaba to my clients in Ikoyi. They installed and they waited for 30 days to get paid after I got paid. So that's old school. But today there's a lot of that. A lot of people import goods and they cannot sell. Until you have clothes in your store, yeah, let me come and take photographs. I'll put it on my page and I'll sell and I'll make money. So zero to cash ideas must continue to fly as you think. So how do we participate in the worldwide market? We've been having issues. Nigerians, when they come up on the online market for freelancing, for instance, you sometimes are not able to access the freelancing sites. Why? Because probably you've been labeled as, I don't know what to call it, a country where people who come there come to defraud. We need to change that narrative. We need to have people go forward and emphasize the fact that, look here, we got platforms created that will deliver these services to you. So we need to connect to that $1 trillion per day network. There's so much going on in the world. So you don't even have to physically leave your bedroom to make money. There's work in China. You can work as a virtual assistant for SME companies that cannot write English properly. They're looking for people to help them. All the pamphlets they attach to their products are almost written in half Chinese. They want to construct emails, they want to communicate. They need people to help them. We're sitting in Africa. In fact, the human resource in Africa, like I would say, is the best connect to the English language. And that seems to be the language of the world. People speak impeccable English around here. Meanwhile, all the call center jobs are going to India. So we need a mindset change. We need a complete mindset change at this time. So what we've done, we said, look, so what's the next steps in this case? Hey, there's so many opportunities. People have spoken about so many things here that can be converted to platforms, so many things. Cooking, fashion industry, we can actually, then our mindset should always be, I have a market that encompasses the entire world. My market is not limited to Nigeria. My opportunities are not limited to Nigeria. My finances are not limited to Nigeria. I have a worldwide platform. So from day one, every little thing you have, you should think about it as, hey, who can I sell to? Then let's start with thinking about, we're talking about Africa. So disruptive change, how can you change? How can you change the way you sell? How can you change the way you communicate your services and your goods and services to other people? What do you need? What do you need? You need an environment that will allow you to handshake with the entire world. So what's that environment? So we come up with a product called, a platform called DigiJobs NG, which we intend to use to be able to showcase the young people who would like to come online, right? To be able to display the services all over the world, and also to be able to render services to those who need it. These services range from just being able to speak English to having a graphic or whatever design skill. You need to upskill as well. At this time, upskilling is so important. You need to upskill. You just need to. You need to add some extra skills to yourself. So you need to go and attend some courses. The days of certificated training, I heard some people still say they want to go do PhD, MYD. Where is your PhD going? Yes, continue doing research for us. Right now, the young generation, next generation, we want to make money, we want to live. Am I correct, somebody? We want to live. So what do we need to do to live? We need skills that can create the ching and the chang into our accounts, isn't it? And then we need to build value in our environment. We need to help the poor. We need to improve our immediate environment. But the funds that we need is not resident in Nigeria. It's resident in the world, and it's accessible to us on these funds. So why are we complaining? Sometimes it puzzles me because there's some skills I don't have that I call and say, hey, come, I'm doing this, create this for me. Just create this, I know what to do with it. And that's it. Every time, for instance, graphic artists, every time you want to speak or do anything, you need a graphic artist. So everyone should have basic skills of being able to design the flyers and the pamphlets, the e-flyers to push out the ideas into the world. You have the platform. You have Facebook, you have WhatsApp, you have you have everything. So it is time for us to come back to that level and start thinking, so how do we connect to each other? How do we network with each other? How do we exchange ideas, exchange goods and services with each other? And also, how do we connect the retired and not tired to the young upcoming ones? So you're looking for money, right? There's money now. The people who are retiring and getting gratuities, who have saved money all their lives, and they've got a bulk and a lump sum of money, what are they going to do with that money? 2 years, they'll be broke, miserable, and tired. So why don't they connect to someone who is younger and give him that small, what to you is a retirement benefit is hundreds of millions, because today things have changed. In the Industrial Revolution days, you needed $100 million to start a business that will generate $10 million for you, and then you say you will break even in 10 years. In the digital revolution space, you only need 20,000 naira to build $20 million. Am I correct, somebody? Meanwhile, the kids don't have 20 million naira now, so you give them your 20 million naira and start and build, which is the connect we also need to establish. So we need to establish this connect. We need to establish all these connects to create a digital platform to explore. Africa has the highest number of youths. Africa has the highest number of vibrant, young, futuristic thinking people. And the internet is a platform that we can use to create this disruptive change. You already have it. So what impact, again, are we talking about on youth entrepreneurship? You guys should become digipreneurs. Everyone who sells or markets or does anything online is a digipreneur. And as a digipreneur, it is how much you give that you get. So you need to be able to sell your product. It's what you give that you get. Then for SMEs, what government just needs to do, we need government to help us in creating the same thing, to create platforms. So you train people how to be tailors, and then you tell them to take machines and go home. To do what? If you're going to train people to be tailors, you need to create an environment where they can sew en masse together in a space for people that has electricity, that has training involved, that also has development facilities. And then you don't even stop there. You now get them contracts. Who sews our police uniforms? Who sews our LATMA uniforms? Who sews the masks that you're using? All these things are coming up. And then you don't have to stop at sewing for Nigeria. So you've got 54 other African countries that you can deliver these things to if you can connect. And you've also got the whole world. So a business in Malawi with about 5,000 tailors are delivering nurses' uniform to America. So we're all focused on America and Britain. You've got Australia, you've got Japan, you've got Russia. We need to open up all these places, but we need to open them up as a team. We cannot just go forward and say, hey, here. We need to open them up as a team where indeed the government will say, hey, here's a bunch of, I don't want to go there. I mean, Empower. I don't know if they opened the whatever yesterday night, but I don't know what happens there. I mean, we need to give people skills rather than just give them money. Give them skills that enable them to recreate money as they go, so that you do that once and they move on. So how many online skills can I list here? I'm sure you all know. List all the online skills. List all the freelancing opportunities. Go on there and Google freelancing opportunities. You'll be amazed at how much you can do in this entire world. You'll be amazed. So I don't want us to be in a position where we'll be growing as young people and saying there's nothing to do. Really? There's nothing to do. There are no jobs. I'm not going to pay you salaries anymore. No more salaries. Everybody comes to work with me, and you work with me, and make sure once my company blossoms, your life blossoms. So I create the goods just like I did in Alaba. They supply the goods, and I made my commission. But I have sold. They would never have been able to sell 500 executions in 2 years at that time. But I created the opportunity for them and got them to sell. And I make double what they sold for. So that's the advantage that this thing has. I see even older people calling younger people and saying, hey, can you help me get Uber? Can you help me this? Can you imagine? So those services are available. As easy as you think it is for you, there's still a huge generation that needs you to help them to make their lives easy. So you need to connect. So everything that has been said, I've heard, I've listened to all the speakers, but it is time to create solutions. So now it's time to create job solutions. We have been trained, we have been skilled, we know where to get trained, we know where to get skills. So how do we convert all this to create a vibrant economy and to release a flow of income, so that the government too will benefit from, and will also take the financial benefits of all this inflow that you can get. You don't just want to be known for hush puppy like businesses. We can do better than that. There are legal things that we can do to make that kind of money too. We can supply those kind of services as well. I'm sorry I sound really this, but sometimes when I'm speaking at youth conferences, I wonder, what are we saying? Everybody's talking about this, that, that. What are you doing? You've got everything in your hands, so use it. So I believe that I have made my points now. I'm sorry it's been a bit tough and hard, but that's the way I can pass the message.
Yes. Thank you very much,
So
sir.
that's how I can pass the message.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The message really came strong and hard. You know the part where you said, no more salaries, no more salaries. I was like, yay. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
I know that at some point in time, we need to hear this. We need to hear the part of these hard truths. Yes, it's a hard pill, but we have to swallow it because these are the realities. These are the things that is facing everyone in the economy, and this is the time to rise up. Thank you once again, Mr. Sinari. Thank you, everyone watching you on YouTube. Is sending in they're sending in their comments, and then they're saying thank you very much. So one of the contributors from YouTube says it's exceptionally rewarding listening to you, David Gerald from YouTube. Thank you very much. Okoa says my contribution is that more platforms to be created to engage our teaming youth who need these opportunities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. So someone else is going to say that exchange of raw material within Africa is a great idea, but with a mindset of Africans accepting each other as one is a starting point. Well done, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I mean, everyone is been blessed. It's been, it's been new learnings for us as a result of this conversation. So thank you very much, sir. We do not have any question for you because you have been as plain, as direct as possible. Thank you very much, sir. It's an honor to have you.
Thank you.
Whoa. This has been an amazing time. It's been eye-opening. I love it when we have this community of young people and then the older people who are also around to tell us the truth the way we need to hear it. See, there's no point deceiving ourselves at this time. These are hard times. All of the panelists agreed that right now, this is war and it's the survival of the fittest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not even of the fittest alone, but maybe of the smartest, of the most intelligent, of that person who can quickly think of the ways to innovate. Go digital. The part of Mr. Sinari talking about that the days of salary are almost over. This is the time where value determines your pay. By the time that thing eats the market, oh, I hope we're ready for it, though. I hope we're ready. Thank you very much once again, sir. We're going to move right now into our next speaker. It's going to be our second to the last speaker. We're trying so much to keep to time, and I need to thank everyone that's been here since 10 o'clock. I'm sure that you are getting enough value for your time. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Thank you so much. Next on the list is a conversation that has to do with politics. Interesting conversation, and most especially because it's going to be handled by a very fantastic woman. She was here yesterday and listening to her speak, push out all of those information. Very vital conversations. Thank you very much, ma'am. We do appreciate your presence here. Thank you very much. Honorable Eunice Thomas, who is the former Commissioner of Education and Women Affairs in Akwa Ibom. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. It's such an honor to have you here. And of course, you're going to be taking us again on the conversation of youth in politics and business. Youth in politics and business. A lot has been said about you since yesterday. I've listened to you, and seriously, I want to listen again and again. I want to listen again and again. So just a brief introduction of who Honorable Eunice Thomas is, the VC Elder. And also, I'm just going to read something really little about her that is noteworthy to put out there, because this woman, she wears many caps. She's an amazing woman. You know, when you see women in politics, the drive is different. And I don't know, I mean my bias, but it's really different. And it's so encouraging that we have women in politics. I mean, women in politics. Uh, Honorable Eunice is a strategist and mentees in 17 states and 4 countries around 3 continents. She serves as the CEO for strategy, change performance, entrepreneurial, and human capital consulting talent to transforming government, corporations, non-profits, educational institutions, and relationship and develop leaders and managers who have the capacity to create high-performing organizations and the competence to effect positive change. Honorable Eunice, it's great to have you with us again today, talking to us on youth in politics and business. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Happy Corona holiday, everyone. I hope
Thank
you're
you very
enjoying
much.
the lockdown. I'll, for the want of time and the lack of it, I'd like to quickly begin to share my screen. These are not the slides that we'll be using, or maybe I shouldn't share the screen because I want to send my slides, but just for the purpose of guiding us through the um, the conversation, I'd like for us to quickly just follow. Okay, so what really is politics? I'd like to ask, and I want you all to unmute yourselves and speak to me. We are going to have an interaction. I am never going to speak to you solo. So please let me have you unmute yourselves and speak back to me. What do you think politics is? I will not dwell on business. A lot has been said about business, and we do not have all that time. I want us to think about politics right now. Who is responding to me? Nobody?
Okay, ma'am. So the setting of this event is that participants can
Okay.
only watch. Yeah, they can see you, they can hear you, they can drop in their comments in the Q&A section. Yeah, so that we don't have too many voices. We want decorum as much as possible.
Okay.
So I'm sure they're going to be dropping it in the chat box. So once I note any chat, I'm going to just bring it up.
In other words, you don't want
Okay.
voice disruption, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Disruptive noise. Yeah. Go ahead, ma.
Okay. So that is it. So what is politics? In my language, I would say that politics is a game. It's a game of number, resources, and wit. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more, nothing less. So it is only a game of resources, a game of number, and a game of wit. So people are playing politics, and we are there complaining, we are there talking, we are there wishing. Listen, somebody once said something. He said that politics will give you what it wants because you have refused to participate in it. Politics will give you what it wants because you have refused to participate in it. that was what I read from Nelson Mandela, and it got me thinking. I said, so people will sit down and decide what happens to me, what happens to my business, what happens to my children, and I am here just watching them. No, I will find a way to get in, share my view, take my stand, and insist on that. That is what I have been doing for the past 20 plus years. Yes, I managed, my own story is brief, so I'll quickly just hint you. I managed to sneak into politics when at 30, so at 33, I became commissioner in my state. They will tell you that politics is not for young people. No, it is actually for young people. It has only been usurped by the older people, and that is not what we will condemn. At least we will not condone this for too long. There are three anchors of politics, three. I call them the three P's of politics: the party, the people, and the pay. The party, your sponsorship. I mean, your personality can sponsor you under an umbrella, so you have a grouped identity. In Nigeria, we have the APC, the PDP, and the rest. So your contribution to that organization can, be your sponsorship, your godfather, your mentor, your leader, whatever you call that person. That's that's parsimonious person who has shown you some parochial tendencies, yet you're just following because you want to image, so you know what to do. So people who do politics are not fools, but they're very witty people. So your antecedents also can help you. We'll come to those points in detail. So now the people will be the voters, the supporters. These ones don't have voting cards. They don't have voters cards, but they can support you. They can make noise. They can follow you. They make the number. Remember, I said it's a game of numbers. So they can sit somewhere over a drink and speak of you in such a way that people who now have the voters cards can come out and vote you. Not everybody in the crowd is a voter. Not everybody that follows you and promises you support can vote you into office. So while you're looking at voters, you're also looking at supporters who are non-voters. They make up the number that you need. Your influencers, there are people who just influence things. Some of them are group leaders, some of them are critics. So they influence people in various ways. That way you need them. So you need your media. You need your media. They have got to be there. Then you need your opposition. If you don't have opposition, you will not serve well. And if you're supporting anybody that is going unopposed, the person will tell you when he has arrived in office that he still could have made it without your support. So you insist that he has opposition. Okay. Now, all of these things will have to be paid for. Like I said, politics is a game of number, resources, and wit. We focus too much on cash that we lose money. People will pay. They will pay their time, they will pay your attention, and then they will pay your support. So now, for the last P, you have the cash. You have goodwill, you have the zoning system, you have the rotation system, you have slots, slots that are allotted to groups, maybe women's slots, youth slots, religious slots. Politics has a way of, settling people. So you have your, the age. They can say, oh, they don't want anybody older than now, older than this. They want to have that sense of not too young to run. Something can fall in your favor. So it pays for you. And then experience can make them call you to come and take an office. Loyalty, that thing that they call loyalty. Yes, it's not loyalty, it's selfish loyalty, but they pay for it. And then service, then eventualities. Think about somebody who, after he had spent so much money to run for an office, loses his life. So they call you and you take the position. And again, you have pressure from opposition. your party could have been fielding someone, and then the opposition comes with somebody that is too good. So your party decides to replace their initial aspirant with somebody who can match opposition. So that kind of pressure can pay for your political activities. Now, you have some games, power blocks, that games in power blocks that will require that they will sit down and negotiate. So the point of disagreement can come where they will say, not his person, okay, not also my person. So who is that? So it falls on you. Neutrality. That's what the power game does for us, and it's fantastic when you enjoy it. So all of these things will happen to you. The only person that will run, that will do politics, that will play this game is you. So if you do not build you, you cannot build it. If you don't know you, you can't grow you. And if you don't grow you, you cannot grow into the political space. The A, B, C, D of you in politics will be this. Your appearance, that's your image and your identity. I mean, there are things you want, there's how you want somebody to see you. You want the political sphere to see you as being a team player, as being an assertive person, as being a helpful person. And that's not really who you are, but that's who you should be. That's your image. And then your identity is who you really are, your values, the things that motivate you and cause you to make decisions. Those would be what will, comprise your identity. And of course, no matter what you do, you will have to stay within the bounds of your identity, which explains why of how many years passed since I left office, but I'm an active politician. I do not know the physical location of ICPC. I don't know that of EFCC because my identity forbade me to take public money. Now, your behavior as a politician counts for or against you. Your behavior would be how you do the things that you do. Are you approachable? Are you accessible? Some of us have too many security guards that, yes, we are accessible, but we are not approachable. Or maybe we're approachable, but we are not accessible. Somebody wants to come to us, but the guards won't let them. Or somebody wants to say something to us, but they look at us and then we have a constant frown on our faces and they cannot come to us. What does it tell you? That in politics, you have to be approachable and you have to be accessible, which was why I did not have security guards come with me anywhere. They would just position themselves wherever, but I'll have to be alone and maybe with some women and some young persons, just to give my people the freedom, the atmosphere of conviviality that is required in politics. Again, you will need communication. See, the communication that politics requires is very different from business communication, normal communication or corporate, professional communication. Politics has 6 techniques of communication. 6 techniques. But first of all, you have to understand the language, the diary, the register of politics. You will communicate verbally and non-verbally, and you will master the art of impression management. So your communication is key. Your communication is what you say, how you say it, when you say it, to whom you say it, and for what you say it. You will never sit beside a market woman who, for the record, has 70% of the votes you're looking for. You can't sit beside her and begin to talk about how you are going to have industries, how you're going to build flyovers and the airports. No. You're only going to tell her how you're going to give her grants for her businesses, how you're going to cut ticket taxes in the markets, and how you're going to come and look after the rains in the market to make sure that there are no pools inside the market. Give her the opportunity to bring her stuff to her produce to any part of the state. You're going to tell her the things that are relevant to her. You won't sit before a pool of students who also have a very large voting strength. To tell them that you're going to talk about bonds and government loans and you're going to tell them about bursaries, about scholarships, about hostels, about social support for them. That's what will take the students. And then the language of the students. So you'll be speaking to them in their Luta language. You won't also come to Yoruba land, for instance, and speak too much English. You have to understand your ekarosa, your kneeling, your shedadani, dupesa, ko, bao, and all of that. You come to the Igbo land, you just have to be able to say, umunam, unokedo, anamekenono, blah, blah. And then you go to the Hausa land, you have to be able to say, ankadede sa, and all of that. So, and then you come to your own state. As I sit here, I speak all the dialects in my state because I do politics, and politics is it's a game of, people, folks, men, women, everyone. Again, when your D is delivery. Your D is delivery. You have to take the stage effect. Something called the stage effect. So on rallies, when you stand on that stage, you don't want to sound like you haven't been to school. You're going to polish up and speak like the Camerons. There's something called tricolon. Tricolon is one of the techniques that we use to deliver speeches. So you will hear somebody say, here, there, everywhere, You hear them say compelling, convincing, and credible. You will hear them say something like, you hear David Cameron speak about broken homes, failing schools, sinking states, such rhetorics. I mean, it's what we do. Now, the next thing would be your mindset. Your mindset and attitude. The mindset of a politician is not the mindset of a winner. It is the mindset of a player. You don't play to win, but if you win, great. You play to be relevant. You do not play to kill your opposition. You play to outlast your opposition. If you take it as a battle, you ensure that you're not the one to die, but you do everything to cause your opponent to come out and die for his party while you survive and celebrate his loss with your party and in your party. So that's very important, and that is where you have to learn, take a study about your neuro-linguistic programming as a politician. Okay, so let us look at what again? The myths of politics. People will tell you that politics is for corrupt people. It's not true. How can you sit there and allow corrupt people to determine your future? You're joking. The next thing I want to tell you is that somebody said something. It was John Adams, is a one-time president of America, that said something. He said, I will study politics and war. That my children will have will have the opportunity to engage in commerce and industry, and their children the luxury to enjoy and invest in literature and arts. So somebody understood that politics would give them international trade opportunities, would give them the right power deliveries, the right relationships, the right to give them the foundation for growth. So he said he will study it, and he studied it like war. He studied it. He studied and he battled. He fought a war against education. He fought a war against poverty. So he said, I will study politics and war, that my children will have the opportunity to engage in commerce and industry. Then their children will have the luxury to enjoy and invest in literature and arts. And where are we as African youths? We haven't even studied politics. We haven't studied the war against us. We are sitting there, and then we hope to have industry. No. commerce and industry follows politics and war. And then after we have studied all of that, we engage in commerce and industry, our children will enjoy literature and arts. Have you seen a poor man in an arts gallery? What's he doing there? So now, I don't want us to forget it. So you do not want to leave that to anyone. It's your future, you have to take it up. Now, think about the elections properly, the real deal. That thing that we call elections. The election has just two anchors. First of all, the primary elections, and then the general elections. Your primary elections is something that you do like, it's a night game. It's a night game. You get into the dream world and you understand who your delegates are. You understand what blocks they belong. You understand who is leading them. If you do not have a good relationship with the leaders of the delegates, what to do is you connect with the delegates one-on-one. Every delegate belongs in a community. Every delegate has a friend. Every delegate has a relationship. Every delegate is in a church. Every delegate does business. Every delegate is in the community. And then you don't go for everyone. You know whom you want. So your pass will be 58%, okay? But you want to go for 70% so that on the day of the primary elections, if your opponent is strong to withdraw power from you, he withdraws not up to 60%. And if you're strong enough, you can add. While he takes some, you can take some. In the end, you're looking to get 58%. And I bet you, if you do the work, you know, if you follow what we show you, you will make it. I haven't ever supported anyone who has lost elections. The records are there. So then the mobilization would be your mobilizing. Oh, how long do I have, please, Mary?
So it's going to be 3 more minutes, Ma.
My God, okay, so I don't even have time.
I just had to put up
Okay. Okay. All right. The elections, we'll talk about that when we have time. And I want you to understand that for that thing that you're afraid of is afraid of you. That's why they raised that barrier against you. They know that you have the power, they know that they can create the change, and they know that if you understand the sloganeering in politics. So think about it. Somebody said change. Now change has changed us. From what to what? We can say we're taking back, and we can say, you know, it's up. If it's to be, it's up to. For me, I want to say that if there's a will, there's a way, and if well, how do I end this now? I would say that when the why is clear, the how becomes easy. Let us think of why we want to take power so that we find a way to it. If we are indeed 70% of the voting population in Africa and the future is for us to take, then if we start today to contribute 100 naira a month, 100 naira a month, we will have money, and then we'll have the number, and then we'll have a president. If we cannot even have a president, we will negotiate, you know, some offices as young persons. That will be all. Time will fail us to go further, but success will get to us on the course that we are trying to package for people who want to do politics and take leadership. It's essential. We cannot be passive about it, so that we can take control of our lives. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I love you very, very much. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eunice. Thank you so much. That was such an elaborative and informative conversation. Thank you very much, man. I love the part.
Amazing contributions. I must confess. Yeah. Go on, Mary.
Oh, okay. So I love the part where you talked about communication is key. Know who you're talking to, know why you're saying it, where you're even saying it, and to whom you're saying it to. It's really important. Thank you very much, ma'am. You also talked about some myths that some people hold, you know, about politics. A lot of people think, oh, politics is dirty game. Politics is for bad people. But thank you so much for clearing the hair right now. As a representative yourself, thank you very much. We do value your presence. And of course, a lot of people watching from YouTube are also sending in their thank you notes. So thank you very much to you, Honorable Eunice. It's great to have you. And we look forward to having the other package you talked about. I'm sure the success is going to be relating that to every one who is attending this event. So thank you very much, ma'am. We do not take this for granted. We celebrate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's been an amazing conversation. I'm sure that you have been enjoying yourself since the beginning of this event because these are conversations you don't come by every day. All right. These are conversations you don't even pick along the streets. Yeah. So it's such a privilege to be here. And thank you very much for being with us since morning. To everyone watching us on YouTube, thank you so, so much. We do value you. We value your presence here. And then the last presentation for today, or the last speaker, of course not the least, that we'll be having is going to be discussing something really, really interesting, and you don't want to miss any part of that. It's going to be talking to us about effective communication for business growth. Effective communication for business growth. I'm sure lots of you have been looking forward to this particular session, and we cannot wait to have Mr. Charles on board all the way from Kenya. Thank you very much. And of course, I need to also make a shout out to all our delegates from different parts of the world, from Sierra Leone, from India, from Kenya. Thank you so much. We do appreciate you. Charles is an inspirational speaker, a trainer, a coach, a youth leader from Muzamba, Kenya. He is the founder and CEO of Personal and Corporate Development Company. He serves as a youth director at Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Muzamba chapter. Charles is a director of administration at Youth Empowerment Program Initiative, which is a nonprofit youth leadership organization providing economic opportunities for young people in coastal region of Kenya. He is an alumni of the Yali Regional Leadership Center, East Africa, a Watson Institute in the United States of America. Charles is also a scholar and he's done a whole lot of amazing innovative programs to his credit. Thank you very much, Mr. Charles, all the way from Mombasa, Kenya. Thank you for being with us today. You have the floor, sir. Please, let's learn from you on effective communication for business growth. Mr. Charles, if you're ready for us, we are so ready for you, sir. Still waiting for Mr. Charles. So don't forget that if you have questions, make use of the Q&A function you have right there on your screen. Drop your question, drop in your contributions to the chat box being pushed out. Okay, we have another comment from YouTube. Thank you very much, Pastor Flora. AYLES, this is a right step in the right direction. No one can grow beyond his or her knowledge level. This is destiny changing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pastor Florence Omelo. Okay, I need to confirm if Mr. Charles can hear me now. Okay, so while we're still trying to wait for Mr. Charles to join us, I'm sure he's going to be here in just a few minutes. It's important that all of these conversations are being brought to us. And then the most important thing will be that after this event, you are going ahead to implement all of the things you're going to be learning here today. That's very important. I mean, that's key. that's when all of the efforts of the speakers, the panelists, the organizers of this event would make a lot of sense, all right? When you've gone ahead to start implementing, when you've gone ahead to start doing all the things you have decided to do. So on all of the conversation from building businesses beyond borders to mastering the art of sales to the panel discussion that was on finding new opportunities now and even after this pandemic to creating digital jobs to bridge unemployment. All of these conversations are robust conversations that you really need that can push you forward. All right. So next thing after this event is for you to go forth and do all of the things you want to do. Still waiting for Mr. Charles all the way from Kenya. You have the floor now, sir, if you are ready for us. Mr. Charles, are you there, sir?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Anyone can hear me, please just raise your hand.
Yes, Mr. Charles, we can hear you.
Progress. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are. You are very audible. We can't see your face though, but we can hear your voice. I beg your pardon. Please, just 1 minute for Mr. Charles to be here. Yes, Mr. Charles.
Hello.
We hear you loud and clear. We can hear you, sir.
Yeah. He's ready. He said he can't
Thank
hear
you so much for the
I'm
response. So my name
trying
is
to
Charles
reach him personally
and
to take
I
the
am from
floor.
Mombasa, Kenya, and I'm really grateful for this wonderful opportunity that you guys have given unto me. And I want to talk about communication. And communication is broad, and I will focus about personal branding. Personal branding. As a young African entrepreneur or as an African, it's very important that we take our personal branding to the next level, because everyone will associate with you based on how you respond or how you benchmark yourself for them to associate with you, because everyone will associate with you based on how you have packaged yourself for someone to associate with you. And from personal branding perspective, it happens that African entrepreneur needs to learn how to brand themselves. African entrepreneur needs to understand what does it take for them to learn how someone or someone else can interpret them just from them listening or hearing through what they're doing. So it's very important that we learn this particular aspect of personal branding, because the African entrepreneur needs to understand how to brand themselves. This is very important, because if you want to become a great entrepreneur or a great leader out there, how people perceive you plays a very important role. So I will ask us as African entrepreneur, number one, to ask ourselves, what is it that we want the world to know us for? What is it that we want the world to know us? Because when we learn and understand that we want to be perceived as this particular person doing this particular thing, then from there can we develop our brands and our potential so that people can be able to see and understand based on how we perceive ourselves. So number one, it always starts, how do you want people to perceive you? How do you want people to associate and engage with you? And how are you making yourself to consistently build that brand so that you can be able to ensure that you get to that level that you have or you want people to learn or know you for. And this is very important. And it doesn't matter if you're in business or you're employed. Always remember that as long as you're living, as long as you're living in this world or you're working on a particular venture, you are a representative of a project that you work with or you work for. It doesn't matter whether you're an entrepreneur or you're employed somewhere. Every time, remember that you are a brand ambassador for that thing that earns you money, or that thing that you wake up every morning to do, to deliver and do that thing as a day-to-day job or work. So it's very important that we learn as African youth, am I a representative? Am I a brand ambassador for my cause? Am I a good brand ambassador for the company that I'm working on, that able to progress forward this branding in terms of growth and developing their brand? Then we can scale up and get to the next level. And as we do this, I want us to remember this one thing, that African entrepreneur, you're not only competing with Africa, you're competing with the whole world. So regardless of which country you are watching or listening us from, just remember that you need to act local but think global. You need to act local and think global. And as you're developing your brand, don't just develop your brand knowing that it will be or influence people of your community or your country. Develop a brand that will influence the whole world. If you are an entrepreneur, be an entrepreneur where you will develop a brand, you will communicate a brand that will inspire and influence the whole world. If you are an innovator, innovate knowing that my innovation has the capacity and possibility to influence the whole world. Then and only then can the African entrepreneur conquer and be able to have a say or have influence in what they are doing and growing and developing their ventures and businesses. And that, I can say, can be a very, very significant thing as we grow and develop our brands. And I would like to state 3 important things which we can do as we develop this brand. Number 1, work on your social media and be active on these social media platforms. Yesterday I said that this is the only curriculum vitae where people can go and read without asking it from you. So develop your social media handles. Number 2, grow and develop your relationships with people. Let someone know you for one thing. Become a master of something and not a jack of all trades. Because the African entrepreneur needs to be known as a master of something. Whether you are listening to me on any part of Africa today, just know that when someone looks at your life, when someone sees you, they need to associate your life or you with something worth it, with something significant. And the answer to that question is, what is that thing that you want people to know you for? You have that answer. Develop it, cultivate it, and be associated with it. Then and only then can you progress and grow forward to that particular venture or cause that you're in. The other thing about communication in terms of the African entrepreneur is that grow or develop teams that can become ambassadors for you. Grow and develop teams that can become ambassadors for you. Whereas people are looking at you, you have a team who will speak your language. You have a team who will develop your language. For example, this specific conference, yes, my friend Sussex started it, yeah? He's the convener, but he has people who communicate this language. He has people who speak the language of AYLES. And that is very, very significant and important, because every time someone listens to this language, they can have an understanding on what mission or cause this particular organization is advocating for, and they can be able to grow and develop this organization and take it to the next level. So these are some of the things that everyone needs to understand and believe. And finally, I want to keep this short. I want to tell the young entrepreneur or the African entrepreneur that whatever it is that you're seeking is also seeking you. So it's very important that we start seeking the right things as an entrepreneur or as an African leader, because the things we are seeking are also seeking us. If you seek complaint will also seek you. If you seek opportunities will also seek you. If you seek positivity will also seek you. Whatever it is that you're seeking, be sure and aware and always have in mind that it is also seeking you. So that is my short presentation. And I think I need to be brief because of time. And thank you so much. If anyone has a question, please let me know. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. Thank you so much for the really short but concise presentation. Thank you very much, sir. We do appreciate your thoughts on personal branding. Of course, putting it out again that you need to put out what you want the world received by the world. Thank you very much. And of course, one of the things that I personally will be leaving here with is that everything I seek is also seeking me. And I'm saying it to everyone also, that everything you seek is also seeking you. So be careful the kind of things. Thank you. Thank you very much. Read any question? Um, it's possible to keep to time because we do not want to exceed the 4 hours and a few minutes that we have been scheduled to have on this conversation. So thank you very much to everyone that's been a part of this. I'm going to let Mr. Success do a final thank you to everyone. So Mr. Success, please, if you're around.
Linda, actually.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, Linda. Funny enough, I saw a video on and I was just waiting for the right time to bring her in. All right, Linda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mary. Okay, so we were supposed to take a few minutes to have question and answers. Just in case people had questions for any of the panelists or any of the speakers, we quickly take their questions. But I'm looking through and I think you've actually, touched on all the questions that have been asked, along the line for each of the panels. So we are good. But one thing I must say, I must really want to also quickly thank everyone for their time. And I'm sure it's been a time well spent. I did say that at the beginning that we're going to have 4 hours of learning, and we actually really did keep to time. We did. We've learned a lot concerning, how to play in politics, how we can make the difference, how we need to be confident about ourselves, with the fact that we don't have to wait until we're 70 before we take positions, in government. Things we need to do. We talk about communication. We talked also about how we can play in politics, and then also the session with the opportunities we need to see. That the opportunities out there is just the angle you're looking at it from. You can either see it as a problem or as a business, which means there's a problem you need to solve and find solutions to it. So I really want to thank everyone that has tuned in, whether both from YouTube and also registered for this program. I'm sure they did learn a few things. We're happy. We hope to have monthly sessions. So follow the handles on Success is going to talk more about that. So you can see the weekly interviews and monthly forums we have, why we also have this summit from time to time. I'm sure Business Day will definitely, we're always happy to support projects like this, just empowering young people out there on how we can start a business, fund it, how we can have ideas, and then also move those ideas from just being ideas to profitable business. Success, thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you so much. I really want to appreciate everyone, and I'm glad that this conference started up yesterday and it's ending so beautifully well. Thank you so much. Today we said we're going to end by 2:25 p.m. and we ended exactly 2:25 p.m. The same thing happened yesterday. Amazing stuff. Thank you to my team. I owe you so much. Thank you so much to all the people who watch from across Africa. Thank you most especially Business Day newspapers. I don't know how to thank you guys for bringing this theme. One of the guest speakers spoke yesterday, said that this is well structured, having the partnership with Business Day. So this was made possible by my amiable team and the most wonderful people, Linda Ochibwa, Brian, Lele, Samuel. I mean, Ogazuki, I can't thank you all enough. Thank you so much for what you did to make sure that this program held. I also want to appreciate all my guest speakers. I mean, this conference has shown me and the rest of the young people across Africa that there are people who are passionate about moving us from where we are to the next stage. I mean, 50–60% of the people who spoke on this platform are way above 50, but they are still very passionate about moving the continent forward for their own sake and for the sake of the children and the sake of everybody. So we need to put hands on the deck. Like Honorable Eunice said in boss, this is not time for us to wait to be invited. We need to go and take a seat. Enough of dependency syndrome on everyone else. We need to rise up and see things we can do for ourselves. So a special thanks to all the amazing guest speakers. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for still staying till now. Thank you, Honorable Eunice, for staying till now. Thank you, Mr. Charles. It's been amazing having all of you. Thank you so much, Brian. Brian, you made this happen. Sleepless night to make sure it happens. I'm so very grateful. And I want to especially thank my boss, Sinari Danarejo, all the time, anytime, whenever I wake you up at the middle of the night and the daytime, you leave whatever you're doing just to make sure you talk to me, give me advice and all that. I want to appreciate you. Thank you to everyone who has made this
before you end. Success, sorry, there's a question from Nkuduma. Have you seen it? Please answer before you go. Thank you.
Okay. So a question from Chukuma. Can you read it out, please? Can you read it out? Mr. Charles, short but straight presentation. The significance.
He's saying that he just joined in today. That is this every day, so please respond to him how he can follow your handles.
Okay, Chukuma, we'll be bringing you this every month from now. We're going to be releasing a timetable. And if you register online, you're going to be getting updates from us. Most of the guest speakers here have suggested that we should have a regular master classes programs where we could talk to people who are very willing to move forward from one stage to another. I was actually having a discussion back end with Honorable Eunice, and she was telling me a bit of that. And I know that her leadership center runs a lot of developmental courses, revolutionary courses, and all sorts of that. So we're going to be bringing you more from time to time. At least this is our new normal right now. So on this note, I want to say a very big thank you to everyone, especially Business Day Media. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. Linda, over to you.
Thank you so much, Success. I think you said it all. On this note, we can call this conference or webinar over for this time, and then hopefully we'll have more sessions. And thank you to everyone for coming in.